Good afternoon and welcome to the final day of ATAL sponsored 6 days online FDP on next gen communication technologies and application hosted by IMDR. And before we move forward, let's take a quick reflection of yesterday. So yesterday on day 5, we have two inspiring sessions. Mr. Bhushan Deshmukh, who gave us practical insights on smart city communication infrastructure, highlighting how technology can make cities more connected and citizen friendly. The second session, Mr. Sangram Kadam had broadened our view on global trends in communication technologies, showing how digital and cloud solutions are reshaping businesses worldwide. With those reflections in mind, we now begin with our session 11 on ethical and regulatory considerations in advanced communications. Our first speaker, Mr. Prashant Joshi, founder and CEO of Leap and Scale Group. Mr. Joshi is an entrepreneur, technologist, researcher, and an educationalist. He is the chair of the IEEE TEMs and Systems Council Pune. He has extensive experience in digital transformation and high performance and secure IoT and IIoT software platforms. He is also an adjunct professor at BITS Pilani, IIT Madras, Christ University, and MIT ADT. We are delighted to have such an eminent personality with us to shed light on this important topic. May I now invite Mr. Joshi to please start with the session.
Thank you very much. That was a quick and a nice introduction. It's a pleasure to be in this session. It is amazing to be talking to a variety of participants. And I also understand that this has been running over the last few days. Thus, smart cities and the smartness all around is something to look forward to. So what topic I have, or what I'm going to, one is speak about it today. The other part would also be that we would want to make sure that we have a fair understanding of when we look at some of the technologies that are shaping our world, right? We have got tremendous amount of technology, smartness, intelligence all around, right? I think that does cause us to think in terms of where are we really heading to, where did we begin, and what really we can do in today's times. And in fact, one way to look at it is the philosophy, but I'm not going to look into the philosophy of it or philosophy of either education of what's going on around in the past probably century, if we look at the entire century. But my focus primarily is going to be on some of the regulatory considerations. I think we look at a very particular topic. In fact, these considerations need to come into play as we enter the new world. And I think this new world is made up of a lot of possibilities. Primarily, it is all about possibilities. It is all about options. And when there are possibilities and options, there are a lot of choices that we look at. So throughout the session, I think one of the primary areas, so we'll begin with multiple primary areas as we introduce. So we have choices to be made out of a lot of options that we actually have today when it comes to industry, when it comes to academia, when it comes to smart cities, when it comes to living, healthcare, and a variety of things that we look around. So that's, I think, our base, and we want to look at all these options, make those choices, and how these choices interact and relate with each other. And as we look at IoT and things that interact with each other, we also have technologies which have actually changed the way we live. So to begin with, we will do a very quick review of what this foundation is and where exactly we need to base ourselves, because we need an anchoring for what we want to do in the next couple of hours. So I'm first going to get to that anchoring. So let me try and share the material. Give me a moment. I'm just going to do that. Let's see if things work for me, and let me know if uh, you're able to see my first slide. If someone could just confirm, I
Yes, sir,
don't
it's
see anything
visible.
visible. Thank you. Because I don't see anything other than the slide on my screen. And on this slide itself, we want to look for next gen communication technologies and applications. I think that's one of our primary focus. We want to also look at how this will pan out in the future. Future that uh, by one or the other means each one of you are going to create, right? Either you're going to influence, you're going to create, or you're going to create the influencers and the creators, depending on what kind of role you play in today's society. Now, when it comes to next gen, right? I think next gen communication, uh, one way that I have been very fortunate. In fact, I think this fortunateness is just by sheer luck that I have been involved uh, in the past and through my work in the communications arena right from 1G. So if you look at 1G to 5G, I've practically been involved in all these communication generations. And in fact, right now there is good amount of work happening on 5G and 6G. We are involved in some amount of 5G work within the country, as well as we are looking at 6G. And as a business, what I started 10 years ago, after about 20 years in corporate, has been the base where we do connected solutions. I think IoT is one of the architectures that allows us to build connected solutions, and we do connected solutions for industry and automotive primarily, but we have also done consumer products. And when we start looking at all of these, one huge area that crops up is that we have data all around us, and this data is about people, about people and systems put together. And when it is looked at from a particular context, I think it builds stories. And when you start putting these stories with respect to data, it not only provides insights for great things to happen, like an amazing diagnosis that is possible by analyzing images or certain past history, like, for example, simple blood pressure being monitored over a period of few months will definitely relate with a particular trend for the blood pressure to declare the person to be hypertensive or hypotensive. But beyond that, I think things relate with a lot of context. And when it comes to people, like data can be used, so it can be misused as well. And this is where some of the ethical and regulatory considerations come into play. And um, ethical in itself is a huge topic to begin with. And if you will, one way to look at it is the regulatory aspect of it. But when ethical and regulatory aspect come into play, one huge area actually is curbed when these two become too strong. When these two become too strong, one thing that really is under risk is the innovation part of it. And we will also talk about that as we go along. Uh, but this is the foundation that we want to look at. So, and uh, as a part of some of the standards work with IEEE, we are actually looking at how AI and ethics need to come into play when devices come into the being, when you have got data being handled in a particular way. And could there be beyond guidelines certain regulation that need to come into play with respect to data, with respect to analytics, with respect to context, and not only just having data, analytics, and context, but also sharing of this data with whom and at what time. So let's take a brief understanding of what these today's technologies, especially in the wireless world, mean to us, right? And we are talking about these technologies which have come from, say, 1980s. Really, every decade the G just moves up, and we are looking at 6G coming in. 2030s is the decade that will actually get to 6G. So uh, wireless evolution has actually created much more technical pervasiveness than the wired world. Wired world needed a lot of infrastructure, and wireless needs high-tech infrastructure, but the reach is extremely quick, much quicker than the wired network. And from 1G to 6G, it has been one, as an engineer, it has been a phenomenal ride to look at, but also worries have increased, as you can see, that right from 1980s, when it just began with simple voice, simple text, simple voice. In fact, there was no text communication. Text also came in 1990s. 1980s was about voice. Not even recording of that particular communicated voice was really considered to begin with. And as technology has moved on, became better by the decade, you can actually see a lot of areas have matured. Computing has become much more available. In fact, a decade and a half ago, same computing that is available today was only available for a few because it was very expensive, it was very large. Now that computing is available on people's desks, as well as cloud computing and large computing infrastructures are easily available. Now, all of this put together has built our life very differently. So, one is technology is driving life, whereas in the 1980s, earlier, it was life which was demanding what technology we need. People wanted to speak with other people, hence technology was born. But today, if you really see, technology is at the forefront and it is driving us, the way we live, all of us, the way we live. It has changed the way we deal with things. So at this time, would even want to bring out one very simple theory. And in fact, this theory comes from Clayton Christensen, Professor Clayton Christensen, who brought in the entire concept of uh, disruptive innovation, and his book, The Innovator's Dilemma, where he talks about the job to be done, right? The job to be done as a theory. And today, not only the jobs which are to be done have changed the way they are done with newer technology, but they have also brought in other maybe risks, if we will call them as risks, or they have also brought in other questions. One is risks, the other is questions and issues that are necessarily part of us growing with the technology. And I think this is how I would look at is that second part look at is we are with the technology, we are growing, we are responsible for its growth, and we are responsible for its use. So now with this evolution, one part that has happened is it is actually mirroring the way we live, way we connect, and the way we really operate in our today's times. And the reverse is also true that with technology, the way we live, the way we connect, and the way we are imagining our own future has changed. So with each G, from 1G to 6G, things are changing at a very rapid pace. And this rapidness is huge in its own right. So let's take a quick peek at what 5G really brought in, right? If we look at core of 5G, 5G, I would like to call it as the connected universe, where it was low latency. 5G in itself is very IoT enabled. There is AR and VR. So a ton of data, but then this data built context. It also gave capability to build imaginative things in real. In fact, people are posting their pictures and their videos along with celebrities as if it was done in real life. While the playful activity is happening with respect to AI, imagery, and video, we also have smart cities. Now, I think sometimes the irony is that we talk about the smartness of it, but I think uh, current scenario, the geopolitical scenario with respect to the classic weather and us, doesn't seem that there is anything smart about things. I think we have to get smarter than what currently we have a city. So instead of calling them smart cities, I would prefer that we need to move to the smarter version of them, especially with respect to the floods on the roads and the way we have not been able to react for the disasters. However, it's not the technology at fault, it's the use of technology at fault. And the question here comes up is that when I have so much of technology, when I have so much of data, do I not have ethical considerations to say that I will be able to get to a situation where cities are not flooded anymore and people are not inconvenienced anymore because technology is available? So there is an ethical issue right there. The tech culture, and in fact, if we see today's students, typically teenagers and beyond, age 15 and above, they have actually grown up into the mobile revolution. They have used mobile phones more than anybody right from their birth nearly, right? They have been exposed to mobile phones. People like me have not been exposed to mobile phones. Mobile phones came in much later than what we understood the world as well as technology. And I think mobile phone is what I would refer, but then it is really synonymous with the high techness of everything around us. And we are also seeing that the future part that we see is very pervasive. In fact, there are numerous applications, there are numerous ways in which technology is already present and it doesn't even have a screen. You would see that there are screenless applications. In fact, we built a lot of screenless applications wherein you won't even know that technology around you exists. Just to give you an example, the mobile phone that most of the people use, in fact, it is very easy to look at a case where few friends are discussing, probably over a cup of coffee or over a lunch at say a public place like a mall. What happens necessarily is that maybe someone's AI is open or someone's mic is open, has those features enabled, and you would primarily look at that variety of these applications are collecting one or the other data, and maybe you discuss on particular topic. It happens with me as well, that discuss on a particular topic, and in the next 24 to 48 hours you'll end up getting a lot of advertisements, a lot of data, a lot of notifications around that topic. So it's no longer about phone or connectedness or otherwise. I think things seem to be talking to each other left, right, and center to make things happen, all the use cases happen around us, almost looking spooky or ghostly in the overall scheme of things. Imagine what 6G has in store, right? 6G has in store quite a lot of it is speculative at this moment, but yes, trials are definitely happening. And in fact, at this point, would want to also mention not just these 6Gs and 5Gs, but also the way we compute. Computing is becoming quantum in nature, and quantum computing itself will change the way the world will work around us. And that is a brilliant piece to happen for numerous applications. We'll be able to solve a lot of problems for humanity. But needless to say, it will also add the other side of the coin. So there is the brighter side of the coin and there is the darker side of the coin. And these networks, these kind of technologies are going to be around us and they're going to do many more things than what we even imagined. So a quick experience of what I went through for a insurance website. I have an account on an insurance website, and I was generally browsing for the policies for vehicles. I have a couple of cars and one two-wheeler, and then was looking at. I generally try to bring in a cadence for when these insurances will be renewed, and hence have a renewal process that I land up putting in. But then I also thought, let me just browse and get more and more information about a few things that will allow me to probably make a better choice. I went to the website. I tried to choose. I made some choices. I made some clicks here and there, and then I was interrupted. I was in the in my usual study at home, and then I was interrupted, and then I I just left the task halfway through. Not that I really cared about it, but one thing that I did not realize as a user is that I was logged in, and I was not aware. Personally, I was not aware. The system was such that it had locked me in as soon as I went on the website. Maybe the situation was that earlier I had logged in and had not logged out, but just closed the window, and there was still the cookie left out over there, which allowed me a login without even entering my username and password. And then what happens, right? I get a call from the website's call center few minutes post me not doing any activity, and they're following up with me saying, I think you were trying this. Why don't you do this? What are you really looking for, etc., etc. And for the life of me, I was trying to say that, hey, I just came in there. I just wanted to look, and I did my job. Why are you now intruding in my life? I'm doing something else, and I'll look at it later. It didn't stop there. I got those follow-up calls for the next 2 days. It felt pretty spooky. Honestly, I have not renewed my policies with that particular website ever since that point in time. Now, that's a repercussion that we see. The question is, what do you think about it? If you were the evaluator of this particular case and we were to talk about certain ethical considerations, certain regulatory pieces, and say all of us put together are going to discuss and debate about this particular uh, small case, and this is just an example right now, not even the case that we would discuss, but if this is an example, what's your take on this particular case? Can we get maybe your view on it?
Uh, I'll request all the participants to please mention the same answers in the chat box. I'll prompt the same.
Yeah, it would be nice to get some pointers, maybe one word, one sentence, half a sentence. uh,
Okay, someone has mentioned spooky.
Spooky, yes, it was spooky. For me, it was really spooky. It was, in a way, horrible. In fact, I said, man, there is somebody just looking up my shoulder of what I do. So next time when I'm browsing, even for clothing, I would figure out, oh, is somebody really going to track me, right? That's spooky, risky. And let's take a view even about when we talk about ethics, right? Is it ethical, right? Is it really ethical on the business's part, on anyone's part? And uh, can this really be regulated? If we ask this question as a professional, how do we really look at it? Because in general, as a regular human being living, and if this was to happen to any of my friends who are not in the technology world, they would just be worried. And that's how our entire uh, population is going to be. Not that everybody is going to understand the technology or otherwise. So, what would you suggest, right? One is about spooky, risky, definitely risky. But what would you suggest? What should be done next? What are the remarks that you may have related to such an occurrence?
Again, I'll request the participants to please post their answer in the chat box. I'll prompt the same. Data privacy is a concern. I mean,
Yeah,
somebody has mentioned, sir.
yeah, I can see that. So we have data privacy there. Let's get a bit more detailed than this even, right? What do you think further, right? One is data privacy as a concern. Do we think, oh man, what is the law doing? How can somebody do like this? All kinds of feelings, right? Because see, the ethics is not like law, right? It's not like Newton's laws. or laws of gravitation or laws of motion, but they're just security must be higher. And you may also want to think about how do we really make security very higher in such a case. Data is treasure. Companies selling data, yes. Authentication. Okay. In fact, I could have mentioned a website, but I just didn't wish to tarnish its image in a public forum right now. But I'm sure you may want to look at uh, those websites, or if it has happened to you. Has this happened to you by any chance? Have you been through this or been through a similar scenario? Yes, we have a couple of we have a participant who says yes. It's really spooky. It's kind of crazy, and you feel, wow, why? You know? In fact, the other day I was in one of the apparel uh, showroom, if you will, right? I think these days there are no shops, they're showrooms, really, right? They show the material, and that's how it is. A car showroom and an apparel showroom is how I call it, and it is one of those very popular chains. These popular chains have come up because they are very economical in nature. Again, I'm not going to use the name because name is immaterial over here. So I went there. I bought clothes. I said, this is good. I don't have to spend a few thousand rupees on a pair of jeans. So I could just spend a few hundred rupees, and maybe I can buy more in the given year of my budget, right? And it would be easier. Yearly budget, uh, I get something more. And in the name of technology, I was asked that, will you be able to give your number, right? You give your number because we will be sending you the receipt on WhatsApp. And that is what you need to show at the exit to the security, so that he lets you take the goods out, because that is an indication for the security that you have paid for it and you can leave. And this kind of a checkout based on the number is available at multiple places. In fact, these days there are self checkout which are available at couple of very well known shopping malls, or even such kind of showrooms, right? And I just declined. I said, okay, let me decline, right? I said that, no, I'm not going to give you the number. I have the number, but I'm not going to give you the number. And the person said, how come you're not giving me the number? And especially in India, what I've also noticed, the person at the counter was in the age group of probably somewhere between 20 and 25. And she was confused. The person was confused. She said, how come you're not giving me the number? WhatsApp, it's so easy. WhatsApp is what we use and things around it. And I said, see, it's my request, and I think I have my quote unquote rights. I'm not going to give you my number, and for the current transaction, the number is not required. So why don't you just make sure, tell the security I have paid, and I'll walk out. So now you can see the processes which are set up by business are also troublesome with respect to certain uh, personally identifiable information that gets collected in businesses without even the user knowing it. I have still not given my number to that particular shop, but look at this, what happens with me. She says, see, I can't print the receipts because they are instructed that they cannot print receipts. They want to probably save paper, is what she told me. They are saving paper. What this person had to do was take a picture of the receipt on my phone. So now look at how I have to circumvent from the technology workaround. I told her, okay, you can take a picture of it on my phone camera. And I showed that to the security, but I was determined I'm not going to give the number. And I was successful. And I've been successful in that shop for a few number of times at least. Not that I go there every month, but I've been successful over there. But the thought that comes to my mind from these two examples, which I have been through personally, and of course, numerous examples that I can take from what I've heard professionally, what I've sat on some of the review boards where we review some of these cases for security, for ethics, for regulation. The whole thing is, one is about knowledge. Do people have the knowledge? Are systems designed from that particular perspective? I think before we get to even ethics and regulation, sometimes I believe that the technology and the applications of these technologies also need to be considered very, very wisely. In fact, there is one comment that has come up here is, even many restaurants do this to see the menu card. Of course, yes, they would have this QR code. I think QR code is a very fashionable piece today. That if you have a QR code, apparently it has become crazily high tech. And in fact, the moment you use a QR code and pay by the QR code, in fact, your number gets exposed as to who did what, and that can be used in variety of ways. So before, in fact, things become regulated, before we start putting in rules, regulations, laws around it, I think the band which we need to clearly define is the ethical brand. How and what this can do to the people involved. And irrespective of any definitions that might happen related to ethics in the world, formal, informal, I have a very simple definition which I always live by, and I have lived it all my life, is it must not cause harm. If it causes harm to anybody or anything, it is illegal, or it is not correct, or it is unethical, right? That is my definition. But core part is, it should never cause anybody any harm. That's the basis. Anything that actually lands up causing any harm in one way or the other, ethical aspect will need to come to play. Simple thing like a particular frame of iron, which is part of the play area, if it is not welded properly and it has sharp corners, it is an ethical issue for me, because it can cause harm to the children who are playing, and hence engineering needs to become ethical, and there has to be ethics in the profession. Now, this will have to turn back into regulations. And I'll give you a public example, right? If you happen to travel to the US, and you are in Illinois, and in Illinois, during my initial trips, I saw that wherever there is a buffet, you would find that there is a note written over there. And this typically I have seen it at the Pizza Huts, is that you are required to take a fresh plate for every serving. You are required to take a fresh plate for every serving. I thought that was amazing from a thought process of how someone would want to maintain hygiene, especially a variety of people arrive and in variety of scenarios and situations to that particular buffet. So many of these things are possible and can be engineered into the system. And I think that becomes the core of how we would wish to look at the ethics aspect out of it. So at this point, I've given a bunch of examples. I actually took one example, put it up on the slide, and gave you a couple more examples. If we were in one room, I would have definitely asked you to narrate maybe a couple of your examples. But in an online forum, I still would like to ask you if you have maybe a one sentence update on this, in terms of what your thought process is with respect to the ethical part of things happening around us, especially around technology, especially around communications. Uh, I think I would love to know those, and it's a brilliant audience that actually is punching in the uh, statements in the chat box. I would love to listen to more, and of course, while you type in, you're also giving me a break to get a sip of water.
Again, I request the participants to please post your answer in the chat box.
In fact, last when I conducted a similar piece uh, to kind of make engineers aware. In fact, these were the undergraduate and graduate students at a premier institute when we were talking about ethics and how do you design, keeping ethics in mind. I think there was an amazing debate. We were about 120 in the class, and it was a phenomenal debate. So I think working with people in person, even if they're large in number, is amazing. So let's see here. So if something has power to give you happiness and convenience like AI, same thing has power to destroy. Yes. Ethical concern is mainly about privacy and responsible use of data. Yeah. People need to be more careful as well educated before using several platforms, and government needs to take more precautions about it. Okay, I think this is a phenomenal comment because now we are bringing in multiple entities, and we would want to see how these entities today are in uh, either a reactive mode or a mode in which they are responding, right? Both things keep happening. Transparent about the data use and hold themselves accountable for the outcomes of their technologies. This is a huge topic. And in fact, as we speak, we are actually working on a standard. If we get some time, I'll also show you the standard space that we are working on with IEEE and what kind of chatter is happening over there. I've not weaved it into our today's presentation, but towards the end, I'll definitely talk about what and how people are thinking about it. AI is smart, but if the data it learns from is biased, the results will be unfair. That is on us, not the machine. What I personal thinks of network ethic. Yeah, absolutely. I think again, technology is the slave and human is the master. I know that worldwide now the master and slave terminology is kind of being uh, abolished nearly, but I strongly believe that to make my point, I would like to ensure that technology always stays as a slave of mankind or humankind. So now, I think before we dwell, I think I would get to the case, and I think it is an amazing thing to look at. Uh, I defined ethics in a particular way. I said do no harm, right? I don't want anybody to be harmed in the entire process. What is your definition uh, about ethics in the current frame that we are looking at? We build technology, user, us. What is your definition? Yeah, there is one more. I'm going to read the comment out. It's an amazing comment here as well. Um, Great comments. Thank you so much. I think more sensitivity and awareness regarding technology and responsible use and prevention policy should be discussed and promoted along with the advancement of AI in next gen communication. Absolutely, absolutely. Uh, in fact, the uh, awareness part, right? And we have an NGO. We work with other NGOs and other bodies where we are talking about AI and technology dissemination, and we work with all kinds of target audiences. And one of our target audiences has been with the children of workers, right? The menial workers, those who work at a site, or there are house helps, maids and maid servants who work in homes. They carry smartphones. Their children take pictures, post them, and look at the level of vulnerability that they get into when a lot of things just go public. And uh, the the people who help us at home, the driver, the maid, and the kitchen help, the garden help. When I generally speak to them, I think they are far away from understanding anything related to AI. They just know that, oh, there is AI, and now AI can solve a lot of problems. So there is an awe about the technology, but the dangers need to be understood, and they are far from understanding the reality of these technologies in the dark form. In the well-known form, they know it is going to help, but in the dark form, it is very hard for them. And in fact, thus just information is not enough. We may have to give them a rule book per se, right? In fact, a rule book per se, and how to really behave when there is internet or when there is technology. Good. So we have something on ethics. Ethics means doing the right thing with data and technology, treating people's information with honesty, respect, and care. Amazing. This is a brilliant example and a brilliant definition. Uh, Again, do no harm, and this really actionizes it when it comes to data and what we actually can do with data. So let's kind of get to the next step, and the next one I have is a case. Let me be a bit descriptive about this case, and I'll give you the why of choosing this case. In fact, I was speaking to the professors earlier, and when I spoke to her, I mentioned my reason for choice of this case, and you as participants should know my perspective of this particular case. So the case study is the Internet of Things and ethics, especially connected systems when we look at. And this case per se is does not have a lot of data in it. So it's not a very data heavy case. What it is heavy with are a lot of options and a lot of possibilities. Hence, the choices become very important. So, in a way, if you really see, it is what I call as from a data angle. Only from a data angle, it is very trivial, right? There is not much of data there. But from the subjectivity part of it, it is broad and it is deep. And in each of these aspects, one can dig and drill a lot deeper. So at this point, uh, what I'm going to look at is this case, and in fact, on your screen, you would find the abstract uh, of it. I'm going to walk through the abstract, so I'm not going to expect you to read it, nor did I expect you to come prepare with this, because this is uh, if you're using case-based method in your teaching and learning, I think this is fairly trivial for you, uh, and we'll be able to deal with it easily. So I want to highlight a few points over here when we look at such a case, and I think there's a screen full of text over there. All of today's world, in fact, all of us have been taken by storm with user experience, right? I think since Apple came in with its iPhones and devices, I think user experience has become very, very important. So all of us are talking about something to do with quality of experiences, and all our systems around us have started to become smart. So these two things have really been driving a lot of businesses right now, and um, all the businesses today are wanting to do exactly this, right? This statement here. That is, by using IoT to monitor business operations through tracking capable software, businesses are, for instance, able to track products and employees and operations and everything around them. Now, whenever people are involved in it, to what level do we want to now say that this tracking is okay? This tracking is fine. This much tracking is enough. This part not acceptable. This part acceptable. How do you put these boundaries in place? Is there a formal mechanism to put these boundaries in place? So, with this question, do you believe there is a way to put these boundaries in place to begin with? maybe you can use the chat box again to communicate. Is it really possible to put these boundaries in place? And I put a context in place for us to discuss. Okay, there is a maybe. Maybe we can put up a rule book. Okay, there is a yes. Yes, but maybe not sure. Okay, there is another yes there. We've got about 4 responses. There are quite a number of participants. If we can punch in quickly, we can probably get like the Kaun Banega Karodopati's ABCD story, right? Yes, no, and maybe is what we can primarily look at. I would like a few responses. Would be really nice. In fact, if we were together, I would have done it by show of hands, actually. Okay. So yes, I think we would definitely want a particular rule book, right? We would definitely want something that will drive how the data really gets used. Uh, so we'll take this a little forward, and the way I'm going to look at it is in the first case is about we have got the software. This is today's technology. In fact, this is used in many of the companies today. And the use of software is primarily to track the way the employees are using their computers. They monitor, track everything that they do, right? And at these kind of agents are actually sitting on their machines, and these agents ultimately are reporting what did the employee do during the presence at the office or during the time when the employee was logged in into the company network. Again, they use networks for sure, so there are a lot of interconnected systems that come into play, and the activity is tracked. Like if you are using a classic mobile phone device, you would find that uh, it gives you how many hours did you spend on an average every day. So it's looking at what you're doing, it's counting what you're doing. And so is all of this cloud based software. An agent sitting in the machine is tracking what the employees are doing. Where did they browse? How much time did they spend on the page? Were they doing internet loafing? Internet loafing is about using internet for anything other than the work related browsing, uh, personal use, or in general looking for entertainment or reading something that is irrelevant to what is really to be done as a part of work. Now, a lot of this data is being looked at, and then there is a particular use that is counted. So for us, the points of discussion are two. How do you define ethical use of this data, this particular data, in a business context? So it's our business, say all of us are part of this particular business, and we have got another 2,000 employees, 10,000 employees who work with us, and all of us who are participating right now are those senior managers or directors and VPs who are collecting data of these thousands of employees. So what would be the definition of ethical use of this particular data? And of course, we are looking at it from a business context. Say we are running a technology company with so many people working for us. So just to get access to the chat box, I'm again going to go to my browser. I hope I'm audible and visible. Just a quick check.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's the question. Let me just repeat the question again. I'll go back here. How do you define ethical use of this data in the business context when all of this data is being collected? And in fact, if you're working in an educational institute, there are institutes who also land up collecting data related to students. In fact, SIS, if you look at internet and SIS, they talk about SIS stands for Student Information Systems and Smart Information Systems too. So how, question again, right? How do you define ethical use of data in this business context? And I said that all of us are executives. Uh, okay. So let's now do this. I'm going to get to a quick small framework that we would want to look at. I built a issues to consider map, right? Uh, we want to look at these six that we want to specifically come up with. There is transparency and trust, privacy, potential for malicious use, informed consent, discrimination and inequality, and access and control. So we look at these six primarily and kind of apply these six to what you're going to look at. And we have these questions to answer, and I'll go one by one in our sections as we discuss this particular case and correlate the ethics and regulations. Uh, Maybe you want to take a screenshot. I know I did not include this in the package that I sent earlier for a purpose. So in our context, what we have now come up with is that we would like the entire set of employees who work for us in our large organization. I want to make sure that they give us the consent to use their data. First of all, it will be using their data. We make sure that we get their consent. That's one. The second, we also maintain transparency in terms of how this data will be used. Will this data be used for productivity or will this data be used for policing? Like, for example, right? Uh, some of the organizations could be very strict in terms of you have to have so much amount of screen time and you should be working on a particular tool uh, because that is how your clients expect you to complete. It could be measured in terms of what you're doing, how you're doing. It could also be measured in terms of tangibles like how much amount is delivered, right? For example, my 2 hours of delivery, there could be a set that, oh, I need to deliver these six things in 2 hours, and if I don't do my job of delivering six things in these hours, I have fallen short, and that would be monitored. That would be told to me that Prashant, you did not do a better job this time. You should be able to improve on these areas, or they will count and tell me that, oh, you did a great job and we got to improve in these areas the next time. So it's used positively for an overall purpose, but then it still tells me that uh, this is how the data is going to be used. And in fact, it's perfectly all right because it's a professional relationship to make sure we have a ultimate goal with our customers, because we will have customer commitment and we are going to get for what we give, right? We are giving something and hence we are getting. Getting would be the money, what we are giving would be the product or a service that we provide, or both maybe. So let me read a couple of comments that came in. They're very interesting. I will use IoT data only with people's consent. It will be transparent and keep it safe so people trust my business. Tremendous important part, right? There has to be trust. Whenever there is data, whenever there is certain transaction, there has to be that trust. Make the business take accountability. Yes, uh, you collect my data, what I did, you will definitely be held accountable for securing that data, and that data shouldn't be leaking out. And if it leaks out, will it be harmful to me by any means? The next one is ethical use in business means using technology fairly, transparently, and responsibility, protecting customer data, avoiding misuse, and ensuring decisions benefit people as well as profit. I think this is brilliant. Thank you very much for bringing the aspect of the customer while we are working. And it could be on technology, it could be on a mechanical shop floor, it could be a law firm, it could be a accounting firm. We are also going to be working for a customer or a client, and we're going to deal with that data, data of the customer, of the client, and it is very, very important that that is being used appropriately. For example, if I'm seeing some data, I don't want to generally take up screenshots or pictures or copy that data and keep a local copy of it. I need to know if I'm permitted to do that or not. Or even if I'm permitted or not, even if there is no policy, what would be the use of doing that activity? Is it particularly for a purpose I want to use it to make benefit to my business? Benefit to business means not at the cost of the customer, but at the value delivered to the customer. So customer forms a very important entity, and thanks for bringing this up in your comment. We have another one, which is privacy and transparency with consent. Absolutely. Consent is extremely important, and it is uh, paramount in such situations. We'll in fact give you an example as to how some of the employee verification loops happen. We get a lot of employee verification requests, and these employee verification requests are when employees change the job. They are our past employees, and when they switch, we typically get requests because they would show their past employment letters, and we have to verify, etc., etc., etc. And these verifying agencies are contracted agencies. So it may be for a X company, but that X company person will never write to you, never call you. It would be via. So we don't even know who these people are. Sometimes those email addresses are also not people, but systems. And sometimes those email addresses are people, but it is fair to doubt saying that if the person's name is so and so, is it identifiable? Can I trace it back to a person, uh, to a particular individual? Like, for example, prashant.joshi at leapscale.com traces back to me. And there is enough evidence as to it will trace back only to me uniquely. But I do not know if that will happen. And what we'll end up doing is setting up a process which is to do with what would be the most ethical process to set for employee verifications. So we set up a process, and I'm asking the same question now. What would be the ethical process from a business angle for employee verifications of past employees of their tenure with your organization? What would be the top, say, two things that you will take care of?
I will request the participants to please post your answer in the chat box and get as many as answers you can. Participants, please submit your answers in the chat box. Sir, you're on mute. Shant sir, you're on mute.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes.
So this relates with all employee data that we collect, right? So since it's related to the case, I took up another example for us to deal with. What would be the business processes? Can this be regulated? What would be the ethical way of doing it? And what would be our map? What would we pick from our map? Okay, there's a request to repeat the question. Let me repeat the question again. The question is as follows. Uh, in our organization, we do employee verifications, and these verifications are done for our past employees when they switch jobs. We get those requests. These requests come into us not from the exact target organization where they're moving to, but it comes from their contracted or second or third party agencies. And we have no way to verify those particular agencies, nor the person, nor the system, nor the email addresses. But there is a request that lands up in our box. If we don't respond, we get repeated reminders. Now, in this process where we want to make sure that our past employees' information is handed over to the agencies who indeed are looking for it formally and officially, we need to be very careful. And we do take care of, and we have a process set up. My question to this group is, if you were doing this, what would be the top two things that you would be looking for in the process so that we are not giving away information without certain rules and regulations? So what would be the ethical ways to do it, and what would be the regulation that you would have in this case? Yes, absolutely. Authenticity of that third party. Perfect. Legitimate and employees consent to. Okay. Anything else that you think of? So first of all, would it be ethical for me to share certain employee data on an official or a formal demand? The answer is yes. If there is an official and a formal demand, yes. In fact, uh, by law, if government asks me about my past employee, I will need to respond. And uh, to anybody else, I need to take care of multiple things. And this is what we do. So first, there is a mediator. There is a mediating company, and this company is not known to us. Many of these companies are something that we do not have the enough infrastructure to verify their originality, their authenticity, and their everything. Though they would give their details in terms of they're a private limited company working out of a particular place, so we get certain data. But what we look for is certain information where we actually get a letter of authorization duly signed by that particular individual. So we get a letter of authorization, LOA. And we also demand for where the employee is going to be placed or what is the target company. These are the two minimal mandated information that we look at. By now, uh, we have understood the number of agencies that speak with us. So they are those same and similar agencies that speak with us. But initial days, we in fact used to confirm even with our past employees themselves as to this is the data being asked. Are you really part of it? Have you really been a person who's applying? Now, there is a touchy topic here also. Ethical, non-ethical piece is that some people working with us would apply. And we used to get verifications. And in fact, the fun part in this, and this is really funny, and we had to deal with it with a lot of care, is that our HR used to get requests while that particular individual either has resigned or not yet even resigned with us, and the verifications used to come in quickly with us. So that's how technology used to work. So then we used to have information, extra information, imagine that this person is already leaving. This is the target company, and uh, look at it from that perspective. So now Our logic was the same, which I mentioned, and I think someone defined it very well. No harm, right? Okay, we know that the person is leaving. We will verify that. However, we'll do it only when there is a trigger from that particular team member or our employee. And then we followed that particular process. The biggest of the issues in this particular employee data has been where this particular third party is operating. And once we provide the data, this is available or with the third party. So we have also done a good amount of uh, verifications from our side in terms of who is exactly asking that data. And not only all of this, there is an evidence maintained in terms of who asked, proofs are asked, and we actually maintain this data for a very, very long period of time. In fact, right from the first verification ever done, we have all the data that we have been doing. And yes, I think someone mentions ethics is a very subjective topic. Absolutely correct. Ethics comes in a variety of forms, and it needs a framework. And what I'm trying to put forth is, while it is subjective, we also need to build in the objectivity within this particular subjectivity to make sure ultimately there is no harm that is being done. Yes, there is a question, very interesting question that comes into play, which is, should organizations monitor employee communications? Uh, uh, a, a good point actually to debate. So, any views about this? This is a lovely example or a lovely question. Should organizations monitor employee communication? And I presume this is either email communication or probably communication over phone calls. Any views or opinions or perspectives? Okay, there's someone who says no, employee communication must not be monitored. No, okay. Yes, all formal communication, okay. Yeah. So the the view and the framework. Um, uh, okay, there's one more. I'm just reading. If the organization is intending to do it, there must be a prior intimation. Absolutely. So if I look at it from a framework angle, right, and look at the the base that we have is do no harm. Now, uh, if I want to understand if a particular communication may be harmful, I have to monitor everything, because I wouldn't know. I will have to distinguish between a normal communication and a harmful communication, and for that I will need to monitor the entire communication. So, in a way, most organizations that I know actually say that communication, in terms of what do you communicate, will be monitored. Let me give you an example of certain cases that I have dealt with, so that might probably give you an idea. So if it's a software company, somebody who's actually uh, transferring programs and code that is written or design documents that is written, that will be blocked within the network. But proposals which are given, quotations which are given, will not be blocked in the network. But to block or unblock, you need to have a way to monitor that particular communication. And hence, if you really see, uh, many of the organizations follow certain systems. The enterprise resource management or enterprise resource planning systems are used. ERPs and ERMs are used, or CRMs are used to really build that communication, external to internal, internal to external, within internal teams, as well as a mix of external and internal. But yes, monitoring will be key, because this any communication will have information in it, and inadvertently or knowingly, you may leak out information which will do harm. So it's important for uh, technology to be put in, as well as team members to be appraised as to what can and what not. But yes, there will have to be guidelines and regulations that need to be put in. There are all companies that I have worked for, and in fact within our company also, there are guidelines to do that. And past companies that I've worked for, my past companies are Siemens, Motorola, Freescale, Nokia. We have had elaborate amount of communications to make sure that we want to ensure safety and security. Safety and security of businesses and also of employees, especially data leaks and variety of pieces that could happen. But yes, it is important for all the employees and team members to know that you are going to be monitored. All network traffic gets monitored for malicious content or something which is bad. So a lot of monitoring really happens if it comes to digital and technology monitoring per se. Now the question comes in is that we talk so much about monitoring, but then when some photographs are taken in public and I'm part of the photograph directly or indirectly, what happens to that? Correct. So those are also, there is a thin line between how things get monitored for data or around the data. So someone said that it's a hard topic. Ethics is a very, very hard topic to deal with. Yeah, I think there's a very elaborate comment on organizations like Reliance can monitor employee communications to ensure security and productivity. As organization, Reliance monitors work emails and project tools to prevent data leaks and track progress, but does it very transparently and respectfully so employees feel trusted and safe and happy. Absolutely. I think that forms a must. So if you were to map it, you would find that we got to build transparency and trust. They should know that there is going to be privacy that has to be maintained. We want to make sure that the potential for malicious use is understood prior and actually taken care of. Informed consent, informed consent of the employee that they would be monitored. And again, we want to make sure that we do not get into the discrimination or inequality of any kind with respect to what can be done. Maybe it is to do with the position of a person or otherwise. It could be variety of ways in which discrimination can happen. Yeah, I think there is a good question asked about chatbots and AI. So give me like 10 minutes. We'll do two more sections and we'll get into the AI and the chatbots that we would be talking about. So just give me a few minutes and we'll get there, right? I think the second part, I'm just going to quickly review about it. So if you look at IoT, 5G, variety of technology, and we're looking at monitoring and tracking. So we look at employee monitoring, tracking productivity, attendance, and behavior. Asset monitoring, preventing theft, misuse, and optimizing resource use. Process optimization. All of this is happening primarily to make sure that our customers get benefited. We provide value to customers, and based on that value, the customers are going to pay us, and we exist because such a transaction happened. That's why businesses are there. The other part that can typically happen is that with a lot of technology, with a lot of surveillance, with a lot of monitoring, it is possible that we introduce risks of over surveillance, power asymmetry, and coercion. And this is again something that one must be very clear and careful about. And clear is all related to the way the policies are laid out, how transparent the company is, and things around it. And careful is because wherever, in fact, it depends on organizations. I'm sure that the strictness that some of the organizations like government departments, Department of Defense, Department of Telecommunications would have, it would be a mandate, right? It would be a different mandate than when we have smaller organizations who are working in a very competitive world where the data that they work on itself is not of that value in terms of depth of the data. So there, I'm just talking about data and its wide variety. So there needs to be a clear cut, I don't choose the word balance, but equilibrium in what we are wanting to look for. So here comes the next set of questions. Where should businesses draw the line between legitimate monitoring and employee privacy? And how does transparency affect employee trust? Because transparency doesn't mean that you're only going to be transparent with the employee, you're also going to be transparent with other entities with respect to that employee. Correct? So both ways, it is going to work both ways. So how would these two work on, right? Where should businesses draw the line between legitimate monitoring and employee privacy? And how does transparency affect the employee trust? We'll do these two quickly, the QoE and the legal issues also, because we have dealt with the topics in it. So I just want to make sure we are in a position to make sure there has to be a line drawn, right, between what is legitimate, what is not. So what is your take on it? And I can make some comments based on my take on it. Minimal intrusion, yes. Anything intrusive is a no-no. Anything intrusive, anything that has nothing to do with the business transaction is a big no-no. That is like crossing the lines. Employee monitoring uh, beyond the point of where one needs to be monitored for, is there's a thick, not only a line, there could be a wall. That it's like what I do in my personal life is none of your business, uh, company folks. And if that is coming in the way, well, what is coming in the way is not important, but it should not come in the way is important. That is how communications can be. It is very important for some of these aspects to be looked at, and one could look at it from the framework. Okay, so I'm going to look at the next one a bit quickly. And now we want to move to AI after this, and AI can be a very interesting topic to deal with. Is we have got QoE. The QoE is quality of experience, and it's a metric combining technical performance and user perception. And 5G like technologies and uh, legal aspects like the GDPRs and human rights, all of it talk of a lot of pieces around, okay, ask for consent, and once the consent is available, you can do things with it. Asking for consent is an action, but after the consent is given, how you utilize the data is up to uh, the person or the entity that has the data. So 2 points of discussion, and I think we will weave the AI into this. Is informed consent meaningful when employees cannot freely refuse? And how should QoE frameworks integrate ethical experience, not just technical satisfaction? So I'll keep these points over here. Many a times you would find that, yeah, uh, consent is fine, but is it possible that I don't give the consent? It's like you get the window on the new software to be installed, you get agree or disagree. If you disagree, you can't install. You don't have partial agree. You have either agree or disagree, and if you want to use it, you have to agree. So is informed consent that way? And what would be the repercussions of this? So most of the time, the key areas that will come into play is that employee will have to provide consent. There's a mandate for providing the consent, because without the consent you can't collect the data. So that is where it begins. But what data will be collected, how that data will be used, has to be told extremely transparently. that needs to be known. All calculations with that data, analysis of that data will need to be told upfront. But in general, if you really see, uh, informed consent would definitely mean that I'm informing you, I need your consent, and you can't really refuse. If you refuse, you don't have the job. And these are the frameworks that really then become responsible for the data that they collect. Not just important, but responsible for the data that gets collected. Here comes in the AI, and I think AI is another big matter of things. So I'm just going to show you a window. I installed it over here. Is I do not know. Just let me know if it is not totally visible. On my mobile phone, I've opened ChatGPT and I'm showing this where there is a method that it asks me, should I log in? And I continue without logging in. That is, I use it as a regular user. I'm I'm asking some gibberish. With ChatGPT, you can ask gibberish and it just gives you more gibberish also sometimes. So I asked it gibberish, it gave me something gibberish. Uh, so this is a chat, right? And you would also find that many of the websites provide these chatbots. And in our case also, when there is a SaaS based software which is installed as an agent, it is also a bot. So a lot of these technologies um, land up uh, collecting such information. So what I showed on the mobile phone was the ChatGPT window. I have not logged in. I actually have a paid subscription with ChatGPT, but I did not log in on the mobile phone. Just to show you the window where it is open. The ChatGPT doesn't know that it is Prashant who's chatting and or asking questions. But when I actually use it for some of my official work, it is a paid version. And the claim that is made in the paid version, now why I say claim, is that as much as I read their agreement, they will not use my data to do anything with it. And I have fairly noticed that over the past many months, the work that I've done in my uh, paid subscription, that does not leak out into when I ask it in the open. So I have been able to technically verify that. I knew it as theory and as an agreement on day one, but now after about a year, I can definitely say that the work that I've done under a subscription is not available in the open. If I want it to be available in the open, I need to do it by making it available in the open, either through the website or probably I don't use a particular paid subscription with it. Bots also is the same. And in fact, bots, for example, um, we start looking at bots on Amazon. There's a chat bot that comes into play, or there are websites where there are chat bots. If you have a Zoho based website, it would have a chat bot. Or uh, our own crm.com case also has a bot. It is not a chat bot, but there is a bot in terms of surveillance of what is happening. And so that is, I think, where one would want to primarily uh, consider all under this AI. Now, the um, safety and security with respect to AI, uh, there are uh, there are classically two levels, and I can tell you from experience. So more than experience and agreements and legality of it, I'll tell you the way we do it, right? And we have been fairly successful at some of the areas. So technology per se, GPTs or GPT is just one. Chat GPT is just one small form of AI. Use AI in variety of other forms when it comes to programming, when it comes to document generation, when it comes to image generation. We use a variety of pieces, or we use it for optimization, or we use it on our devices where it does optimize using different algorithms. It's not a GPT. So the GPTs, when they are used in the open form, by open form I mean you do not have an account, you do not have a paid subscription or an enterprise subscription, then that definitely they will not be able to identify that data to you. And uh, when that happens, the user is the product, and that is very well known. You didn't have to wait for ChatGPT to tell you that. When people started using Facebook, people were the product because Facebook was free, and that can definitely happen. So any of these web-based products are no different. But our experience for subscribed and enterprise accounts over a variety of GPTs that are available, ChatGPT is one of them, is that they do keep the data that is being uploaded in form of documents or other form of data as private, which is private to your account. And even when you stop paying, they do not make it public. And that is how they have been, and that is what our experience has been. I think there is a good input came in. Someone says. Which one is better compared to Perplexity or ChatGPT? I don't think I have enough knowledge or information to compare the two, but we we use both. Perplexity came in much later. I'm personally, and within our organization, we are users of ChatGPT. I know a bunch of other organizations where I connect with and work with them. They use ChatGPT in their enterprise login form, and they are pretty happy with its outcome. So that's how AI is. Again, AI in a variety of forms. AI is not only in ChatGPT form. Um, AI is in mobile phones today, where applications collect the data. They ask for your consent. So if I look at some of the frameworks, if I just want to go back uh, on our issues to consider as a map, uh, phones now have a better mechanism to maintain privacy. They ask you, the permission controls exist, and there are features which allow these permissions to be reviewed. Uh, if you see on some of the platforms, if the permissions have been given and the apps have not been used for a very long time, it will actually say, I'm revoking permissions from that app because you don't seem to have been using that app for a very long time. So a lot of technology is now um, becoming, if you will, ethical, and they are putting in processes and guidelines uh, across a variety of applications. Now, uh, just take a bird's eye view for this, right? Just take a bird's eye view. And the bird's eye view is as follows, that after technology comes in is when a lot of restrictions later will come in, because the technology and the impact of technology needs to be understood. So it will never be so, and this is a reality that I have experienced, that before deployment of technology, we would know everything related to the technology, the good and bad part of it. Because technology becomes good or bad in the hands of the users. And the moment you release it, that is when you know how the technology can really be primarily used. AI is no different. Quantum is going to be no different. So ethics and regulation, there will um, never remain immutable like laws of gravity, for example. There will always be a lot of subjectivity and lot of technology and ethics which have to really go hand in hand. Ethics will drive the technology, technology will drive the ethics, and so forth. So these two are really wheels of a cart, and I think if uh, one goes ahead of the other in a wrong way, I think we are going to not be on our course. Easier said than done, but each of these technology areas become specifically evident in terms of their direct use, right? It's like certain medicines, if they are taken in certain quantity, they're medicines, but beyond a certain quantity and dosages, they no longer remain medicines. They become nearly as poisonous and can take lives. So these two need to be really brought out, and detailing with respect to context, business context, and how it would be used will be far more important. Um, so the crm.com, the case study that we have here is all such data that gets collected, and you will find that such data gets collected from numerous organizations. That is, such a SaaS software is available and it's is subscribed by. So there is tendency of say 100, 200, 500 organizations. So the database is filled with these 500 organizations' data. And that is where two main aspects need to come into play. That the data of one organization cannot start getting related with the data of another organization, even if it is of the same type. So this is very critical. So what did they come up with? Two ways. One, cloud-based, that is all data is available in the cloud. And then it could be so that on one server or one database, though the data cannot be accessed by another customer, the database actually is the same. The other solution is on-premise itself, that wherever they want to collect the data, there is full control given to the customer. And the issue is that when there is full control, then you will also find that uh, full control without partition within one organization is also not a very good idea, because you would want the right data to go to the right departments or the right people. The next considerations which were specific was collect only necessary data, right? Personally identifiable information, PIIs, are extremely critical, especially when you look at uh, any kind of medical data or data that can ultimately be taken and there is harm that could look at, or you would want to completely avoid uh, preferences of a person or behavioral data of a person. Of course, many a times you would find that preferences and behavior which are impacting for their professional duty and professional discharge of duty, of course they are required, but then not a generic method. Must include consent management. In many cases, there should be anonymization. When I'm looking at generic trends, I do not want to look at particular people. So anonymizations for various levels of access of data. Uh, Encrypt as much as possible for data loss or theft, and all access logs need to be auditable. And I think uh, content consent management, anonymization, encryption, and audit logs, four become very critical when it comes to the rights of the users in terms of keeping their data private. Again, multiple entities come into play, and policies which need to be put up for such kind of activities are practically rare. Not all organizations actually have a policy of handling data. And Europe has been the foremost in most of the regulatory and compliance related activities. It has always been so. But every organization, and organization is made up of individuals. So when individuals come together, there needs to be a formal policy really to address the issue of data of customers, of products, of people, of employees, and how will that data be handled. Just to give an example, uh, we were working with uh, a couple of our vendors, and there uh, one of our platforms which actually stores medical data of our customers, and that was going to be exposed because they were developing something for us. And uh, out of the three vendors who came to us, none of them had any data policy. So we said that since you do not have data management policy of this nature, we will not be able to give you any kind of work. And this is where the regulation part comes into play. Being certified, how you handle second party, first party, second party, third party data is extremely important. And those regulations need to come into play because regulations will drive those policies, and regulations will drive audits, and certifications then would drive trust. So in many cases, these regulations are becoming more and more important. If you are not audited or you don't follow a regulation, but you have a policy, how deep that policy is becomes extremely important. Our case does not have specific details, the data that the case that I shared with you, but yes, you need to have guardrails and guide rails both for understanding and use of data and software to make sure that the data or the software is never misused. This is where regulatory and compliance comes into play in totality in terms of what data. But if you really see, um, the second piece that I would state, on the ethical part, I mentioned do no harm. And second part would be need to know. Data will always be safe if it is shared only on a need to know basis. That could be one more principle that comes into play, that my work, my job, I need to know, and I need to know this data, and I get that data. And I use it to do no harm. So these are, again, these are base philosophies, but ethics and regulatory need to act on it in unison to make things happen. Um, so from our particular case, um, 6 interlink areas have been identified is about access and control, which I actually drew the diagram for. Access and control, who can access the data and how is this logged? Who access the data when? Discrimination and inequality, risk of using data to unfairly target or exclude certain groups. Informed consent, big time. I think informed consent is extremely important, and that must be included in the platforms. Potential for malicious use, this is something which one should always be considering. Marketing misuse, profiling, or surveillance beyond agreed terms. So if there are agreed terms, we need to stick to those agreed terms. Privacy, ensuring only essential personal data is collected and securely stored. Transparency and trust, using audit trails and contracts to reassure stakeholders. I think the sixth part is something that where it lies not totally with technology, because you can be as much transparent, but then trust and transparency, technology can only help but cannot drive entirely. So I have two simple questions. Which of these 6 issues is most critical for your industry? Well, if you come in with a particular background or you work in particular area, which of the 6 issues is very important? And in IoT, how do you really measure these things, right? How do you really measure the any of these aspects? Are they measurable? And if so, how? So first, let's take which of these 6 issues is most critical for your industry. Privacy, okay. I mean, just to probably understand the profile of all the attendees. Are the attendees or participants, most of you from academia, or also academia and industry? What 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 can I mostly consider? Okay, so
So
yes,
mostly
Kat,
they are from academia and a few
most
of
of
them are industry
okay.
personnels.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, ma'am. That helps. So, if you look at academia, I think one part that came to me was privacy. Of course, privacy would be very, very important. In fact, um, uh, there are as a part of some of my work with academia, I work with a bunch of institutes, and uh, I have noticed that WhatsApp is a very popular tool in most of these institutions where some amount of information is shared. And I was surprised to be on one group where, in fact, the results and performance of students were discussed in terms of success and failures and grades on that particular group. And I think that was a big no no. That definitely is something that is uh, I wouldn't approve of, because it kind of crosses the boundary and also gets into the privacy space, because success and failure for whatever cause, whatever situation, is not an issue to be discussed in public like the WhatsApp group. So privacy is a most most critical issue. But let's look at this, right? So when I look at the industry that I belong to, and when we are building products, platforms, and solutions, for us, the out of these six, for our platforms that we build, that is, we are able to really build this platform and give it to somebody. Access and control is very important. The access control, the way we provide, actually builds the trust that we are able to provide the access. Uh, Privacy, in terms of even the levels of access that are provided, make sure that information is not divulged. Our systems are auditable because we also provide cloud solutions that uh, one customer's data is not visible or viewable to the other. We don't really get into any kind of informed consent, because we have a hard structure which is agreemented, contracted, in terms of what is accessible and in what hierarchy. So since we do that by design, it is very easy to understand, very easy to monitor, very easy to audit and control, because it's a clear-cut hierarchy. We do not have a mechanism to uh, actually provide uh, consents of various kind, because then they are not really required. So the business also, once it is understood very clearly, again from the basic principles of why we are bringing in ethics and regulatory aspects, the way one designs or organizes can be influenced in such a way that some of these issues just evaporate. They don't even come into play. Uh, but by and large, if I have to make simplistic comments about our experience, again, I'm stating my experience rather than probably any theory around it, is that uh, design, right? And when it means design, I'm not just talking about how the product looks. Uh, it also means how it functions. The overall system functionality forms very important. And I strongly believe that ethics are also designed into the system, and they are not something that is an outcome of just a process of regulatory and guidelines and policies, right? If you take any policy that comes uh, out of any system, be it government, be it private, or be it anybody, the policy ultimately becomes really a mere guideline, but its implementation on the ground has to be done with a very different kind of care. And that forms the core of ethics and regulatory. So it's really a multi-legged stool, uh, depending on what area you're working in. and it has to be driven like the cart. It has to be the technology and the ethics part of it has to be done parallelly so that you can remain on course. Here, in the case it talks about responsible software design, we talk about responsible system design and build in features which actually can prevent unethical use altogether or cases altogether. And in the overall scheme of things, uh, one thing that we have noticed is the more a system is generic and allows customizations at the user level, the more it will need to be regulated. Whereas if it is for a set of users, for a class of users with particular features, then it is built in a particular way and the misuse can be prevented. So a lot of dilemmas come into play based on such kind of areas where the pendulum can swing between uh, one end and the other. So points of discussion for us are what future ethical dilemmas could arise with AI-driven IoT, predictive analytics and behavior nudging that happens. In fact, today also behavior nudging happens when notifications are set. Oh, you have not done this. Oh, here there is something available. Have you looked at it? All these are based on certain patterns of consumption that we have or patterns of behavior that we have. And uh, also a question which is, should there be international IoT ethics standards beyond the GDPR? My answer to that is yes. I'm part of developing some of them, involved in contributing into some of them. So while the answer is yes for uh, the second question, I think there are these dilemmas that will always be there. And these two topics, ethics and regulation, are not easy to deal with, but they are possible. Possible if we look at it uh, from an objective angle, even when they are fairly subjective in nature. Well, can I take a pause here if there is comments or questions? I think would love to take in the last 10 minutes, or maybe I'll just do a summary towards the end. How should companies handle fake news shared through social media? Uh, yeah, uh, pretty broad question. In fact, uh, a lot of fake data gets really distributed. There are certain websites or certain uh, platforms which allow to understand if certain data is uh, fake or a hoax. So constant checks on digital media data will need to happen, and that is how we take care of it. Or I have known companies who take care of it, and they curb it then and there. There is a lot of information flow that happens. If something is flowing around as a news, then it is actually checked and rechecked for its authenticity. Generally, go to authentic sources to get most of what we are looking for as news of any kind, especially on social media. And a lot of bogus content is out over there. In fact, that's the between boon and bane. That's the bane of AI, that it can generate uh, real like looking content very fast. Is workplace surveillance boosting productivity or killing trust? Yeah, I mean, this question is a matter of debate. Um, at least the organizations that I have worked with, and I gave you a list: Siemens, Motorola, Freescale, Nokia, and my organization. Um, uh, we don't do workplace surveillance. We believe in positive enforcement of uh, uh, beyond policies. We believe in principles of how we operate, right? There could be policies always, and you can't have a policy for everything. We would have working principles and work culture that really define how we do it. And I'm kind of answering that question to Is workplace surveillance boosting productivity or killing trust? Um, Surveillance necessarily brings down the productivity than where it can reach. And my belief is that not all places require surveillance to the level that people sometimes become paranoid about it. And if it is done unreasonably, then it lands up killing trust. But reasonably is like, my view is reasonably is like, okay, you have prepared something. Why don't we review it together so we make it better? So anything that makes that process better, I think is generally accepted by people because all people to begin with are reasonable. And if you look at workplace, some of the philosophies that I belong to and I've worked for is that nobody comes to the office and says that I'm going to mess up today, right? Nobody is motivated to come in the morning. By evening 5, I'm going to mess up everything. That never happens. So, a lot of these aspects are very people driven, but I think the 6 issues that we identified, if you look at them objectively and bring it up, it is easier to deal with at workplace. Is Gemini photo editing safe? I'm really not knowledgeable in a particular manner there, but I also believe that if it is done in the open, then the algorithms that worked on a particular photo may get reused, and I wouldn't be surprised if contents and the algorithm starts getting too much mixed unless there are private photo editing pieces that are run. So it could have a boon or a bane, but particularly Gemini photo editing, I don't think I have the knowledge to really comment on it. The next one is as 5G enables faster, more powerful IoT ecosystems, should companies primarily focus on technical performance QoE or should ethical responsibility be integrated as a core design principle of IoT system? Ethical as a core design principle, there is no way out of that. That is only way. That is the way that especially IoT. And I can tell you, I've been in that business for the last many years now, 10 years of my own company, and prior to that, working for other companies is that the ethical responsibility has to be built into the system. The moment it is in the system, a lot of problems just evaporate. But that is part of design, as I mentioned, right? Unfortunately or fortunately, today's developers, engineers, creators of all kinds are using technology as a crutch, whereas I think they should be designers who use technology and AI as a booster. But if you use it as a crutch, then you are going to lean on it and probably prepare and create something which is suboptimal, which is not really up to the level that we are looking at. Do you see AI as a bigger ethical concern in communication than data privacy? Not really. I think I wouldn't see AI as a bigger ethical concern per se, because as I said that uh, these two are two wheels, right, of the cart. If there are use cases that are coming up, the ethical platforms, the gates, the levers that need to be there need also to be built. So, and I think companies are not there to mess up everything. They are also thinking, but then as use goes forward, so do their policies. As their policies goes forward, so their use. So I think it's a two-wheel cart that we are looking at. If companies misuse IoT tracking, who's responsible? The software maker or the user? Um, uh, any misuse of technology is at the hand of the user who misuses it. Uh, I think the simplest example that I give is of a kitchen knife. Kitchen knife can cut vegetables and also can cut many other things. But the knife is not responsible if it is used wrongly. Uh, and the important part of the people who created the technology have to be very clear on the capabilities of what they have created, in this case, IoT software. IoT software companies have to be clear what their software does, what their software does not do, or what their software is not good at and what it is good at. Once that is known, then all the danger and the responsibility must lie with the user of it. Now, if you mix AI in it, it becomes subjective completely. And the reason is that beyond a point, AI is also probabilistic, right? Um, If I have two sides of the coin, I know that there are 50% chance. If I want to do something guesswork, I can say 60-70%. AI can take me to say 90-95% accurate maybe. So if you're looking at it from an AI and a model and the accuracy perspective, unless it is 100% accurate, if it is 95%, then there is a 5% chance of something being inaccurate. And then it is a very tricky scenario, right? That am I in the 5% or am I in the 95%? So when AI comes into play, we have already included something which is stochastic and probabilistic. Unless we use AI to tell us this is what it may be, and then there is a knowledgeable entity, and that entity could be a human or a machine which exactly knows how to interpret that data. Oh, wow. This is a question. I'm just reading it. If I assume me as the HR manager of a large organization, you discover that monitoring employee emails has revealed potential security risks. How would you address this situation while maintaining employee trust and complying with ethical guidelines? I think, first of all, uh, I've been through two cases, two very, um, at the end, it was pretty cruel. I felt it to be cruel, but you had no choice. It was crazy, uh, but we had to go through that, and um, it's a grueling task. But a case needs to be put up, evidences need to be handled. You got to have people who will take care of the human side, the technology side, the business side coming together. And if a harm is done, I think then the concerned person needs to be appraised of it. Depending on the severity and the repetition and the intent, I think it kind of becomes a case. It gets into that mode of how this jury of variety of people will come together and decide the fate. However, if it is suspicious, it better be investigated. If there is evidence, it better reach the judgment in all cases. And that is the only good way of doing it. And at least I know organizations are forced to do that. I'm glad that there is force where policies are laid out, there are rules and regulations which ensure that attention is paid for this. But I think every case must be taken up. In fact, when someone's doing wrong and wrong has been pointed out, the trust increases in the system. And when the system is fair in terms of taking the right action, so I think doing the right thing is uh, what one needs to look at. Okay, so it's exactly 4 p.m. If there are any more comments or questions, I'm open to taking. Otherwise, I think I'm pretty much done. Thank you again, everyone, for your patience. And I hope this was useful and will help you in your day-to-day work. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, sir. That was quite interesting and thought-provoking. So, thank you so much for your very useful session on ethical and regulatory consideration in advanced communication. So, you explained so well how these new technologies must be used with responsibility, keeping the data privacy and security in mind. Great example. So, your examples on IoT and these rules made the topic very easy to understand, and we are really grateful for your time and the knowledge that you have shared with us today. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being with us today.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
So, yeah,
Is it okay if I log off now? I think I'm pretty much
sure,
done.
sir, you may.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very
Thank you so
much.
much. So thank you all. So we will now move forward with our session 12, which dwells into the revolutionary 5G technology implementation. And to guide us through this cutting edge topic, we have with us Mr. Alok Karnik, co-founder and director of KS Cyber Ventures. So, Mr. Kernick is a cybersecurity specialist with over 18 years of experience in information security industry and having worked with Fortune 100 clients. His technical competencies include data privacy, risk management, disaster recovery assessment, and cloud technologies like AWS and Azure. He is an enterprise cyber resilience coach and an author who helps enterprises achieve their cybersecurity goals. So, our upcoming session will feature the expertise of our distinguished resource person through a specially recorded presentation. He has thoughtfully prepared this session for us, ensuring we can benefit from his knowledge and his perspectives. So, we are confident it will add great value to your understanding as well. So, I would request the technical team to do the required.
Hello, everyone. Thanks to IMDR for having me here today. We are going to be exploring a very exciting concept about smart cities and the marriage of 5G networks. ये सब साथ में कैसे चलता है एंड इसका मतलब भारत के फ्यूचर के लिए क्या है अब we have all heard about smart cities 5G IoT AI all these buzzwords in the newspapers whatever today I'm going to tell you how all this comes together. And when it comes together, how will it change the way we live in the cities, how we work in the cities, how we operate, move, and more importantly, how all this will be used to manage the infrastructure in our cities or govern our cities, right? And ये सब होगा in the Indian context. Because see, all these terms are already there in a lot of other cities across the world, say Singapore, US, US नहीं, New York, or other Australia में किधर तो होगा. But in India, we have some unique infrastructure challenges, policies, the way our urbanization happens, the way our buildings are built. See, बाहर के cities में कैसा है? There are specific places where residency is applied, and there are specific places where corporate or office spaces are there. This is not there in India. So we have a unique challenge. So this is exactly what makes the whole Indian context very unique here, right? So those who haven't read the brochure, my name is Alok Karnik. I work, or rather, I own Cast Cyber Ventures, and we provide strategic cybersecurity consultancy services to our clients. Basically, that means we help them understand where their risks are from a cybersecurity concept and help them become more cyber aware or cyber resilient. Right. So let's go back into the presentation. As you can see, we have got some nice Tata Steel building, and we've got, how does a 5G powered smart city transform our Indians' urban future? What is urbanization and why does it even matter in the first place today? Because India's urbanization, and what we mean by urbanization is people from छोटे गांव से लोग बड़े शहर में आते हैं या छोटे शहर से बड़े शहर में आते हैं. So that progress जो होता है, how is it happening in India? To put into context, एक नंबर अगर आपको दिया जाए तो ऐसा कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि 2030 तक, which is like what, अगले 5-6 साल के अंदर करीब 60 करोड़ लोग या 60 या 6 करोड़ लोग सिटीज में रहेंगे हमारे यहाँ पे. तो अगर 6 करोड़ 7 करोड़ लोग एक ही सिटी के अंदर रहेंगे तो इमेजिन के अंदर कितना प्रेशर आएगा, बिजली, पानी, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, हेल्थ, तो और ये सब का मैनेजमेंट भी, राइट? सो थिंक अबाउट दिस कि द एंटायर पॉपुलेशन ऑफ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स व्हिच इज अबाउट से 350-400 मिलियन से लेके अबाउट 600 मिलियन तक, द एंटायर पॉपुलेशन यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स इज लिविंग इन इंडियन सिटीज. रूरल के तो भूल जाओ, रूरल के तो और भी है, राइट? सो दिस, इमेजिन दिस प्रेशर. नाउ वी ऑल एनकाउंटर ट्रैफिक जैम्स एंड पानी नहीं है एंड लाइट चली गई एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स. सो इफ दिस इज मैनेज्ड मोर इफेक्टिवली यूजिंग 5G नेटवर्क्स, इमेजिन द relief we will get in a few years time. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन लॉन्च किया बहुत पहले से, समथिंग 2015 और whatever, राइट? इसका गोल क्या है? To become more efficient, sustainable, and citizen friendly. So, but all this using technology. Like we have all heard of your electricity ka smart meters. What are smart meters? Is basically understanding, it gives the Bijli Vibhag trying to understand how much electricity is being used and in what region. Maybe any industrial region is basically using more electricity in the daytime in certain cases. But in the residential areas, the usage increases at night because log office se ghar aate hain na. So that is how the distribution happens. The load also matters. So now understanding this kind of usage is possible when you have a high speed network. ये 3G 4G नेटवर्क पे इतना डेटा हैंडल नहीं कर पाएगा, which is where we need 5G data. Right now there is talk about going into even 6G, but that's a future goal. Today most of us use 4G. Some of our phones, some of our phones will have they will use 5G networks. In some places वो दिखाता है कि 5G, so that's fine. But in 5G, in a 4G network, that speed and real-time communication is not possible. So the latency होती है एक network में is large compared to the data we need to transfer. So this is where a 5G network is useful. It is very, very fast. It is reliable, and it can connect people together at the same time without any kind of call dropping, message पहुंचा नहीं, then delay हो रहा है message जाने में, कुछ block हो गया, network चला गया. So this is where we need that bandwidth, है ना? So this is the need of a modern city today. ये कैसे होगा? This is when we have 5G networks. Right? This is exactly how we need to manage our cities going forward. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Sorry, in the bolne chakkar mein I forgot to change the slide. But yeah, we all see this view, right? This picture is very common. Now imagine all the building mein everyone staying here. Imagine managing the electricity requirements of this building. And not just this, even other buildings nearby. Right? Now, in this case, what does it mean to bring a 5G network to smart cities? पहले तो speed and capacity. आजकल everyone talks about कि हमारे पास 1 Gbps connection है, 100 Mbps connection है. घर के network का हम बोल देंगे तो 50 Mbps connection है. इसका मतलब क्या है? Are we even think about it? Are we even using this kind of bandwidth? No, we're not. घर पे थोड़ा बहुत Netflix चला लिया, मोबाइल पे streaming कर लिया, it's not going to consume. But if you're watching Netflix and video content the entire day across all your devices, I guarantee you, आपका network घर पे बैठ जाएगा 100%. If every person in every room on multiple devices is watching HD content in real time, right? CCTV feed जो होता है without buffering. So this is where applications like remote diagnostic for hospitals, मतलब कोई तो गांव में बैठा हुआ है, अब डॉक्टर यहाँ से वहां तो नहीं जा सकता, but they can remotely converse. क्या मतलब उसको? हाँ, telemedicine is a reality that time. CCTV से आप मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं, क्राइम मॉनिटरिंग, किसी ने रूल तोड़ा. अब पूना में आई थिंक दे आर डिप्लॉइंग दिस AI powered some solution to manage traffic violations. Right? Then ऐसे high bandwidth network में latency बहुत low होती है, milliseconds में. What the networks that is used by these stock exchanges, right, is something that we can use today here in normal application. Think about this. अभी example जो है drone emergency, right? अभी कुछ हो गया कहीं पे, we need to go just do a survey. कहीं आग लग गई, drone भेज के जल्दी देख ले कि हाँ भाई कुछ अटका हुई, is somebody trapped on that floor? Okay, then the appropriate resources can be sent to that location, ambulances or whatever. Flooding हो गया कहीं पे, flooding तो we are seeing in all this monsoon situation. Remote surgery capabilities. You just transport the device in that location, and using 5G networks, the doctor here can perform the surgery without actually going there. Autonomous vehicles. अभी you must have heard in other these Western countries कि वो ड्रोन से डिलीवरी होती है, या एक रिमोट ऑटोनोमस टैक्सी आती है आपके यहाँ पे. There's no driver in the car. So all this can be done how? Using 5G networks. Right? Now IoT, industrial applications में इसका बहुत काम में आता है. In a smart city, you will have, think about this, you've got air traffic control, then you've got your ambulance emergency services control. You've got to monitor the air quality. People living in Delhi, I think, have a very good idea of this. कि air quality क्या होती है? Right? We all see the smog and we can't breathe and we have खांसी होती है, chest congestion होता है. What about your waste management? Right? कहीं पे कचरा पड़ा है, potholes है, रास्ता खराब है. How will we manage this properly? This is where sensors come into place. Now, sensors are sensing data at multiple frequencies a second. Abhi, think about ABS in a car. When you brake very, very hard, the braking, how ABS works, it touches the brakes and leaves it, touches the brakes and leaves it, but at very, very high intervals. तो ये करने को ये सेंसिंग नहीं होता है कि यहाँ पे गाड़ी रुक गई. Now imagine doing this across lakhs of cars across any city. That kind of data transfer जो आएगा, bandwidth आएगा, it will be very, very difficult to manage, you know. So you need high-speed networks for that. Where will we use this? As you can see, you know, we've got urban mobility. I mean, you have these e-scooters, right? Or battery-powered scooters. They show maps over here. Now, if there's a congestion somewhere, Google Maps or whatever you're using on the screen will tell you, okay, don't take this road, take that road. Why? Because there is a jam. How does it know it is a jam? Because of certain sensors. अब आपका mobile phone sensor बन सकता है. There can be a CCTV camera sitting there, monitoring the feed and saying कि यहाँ पे jam हो रहा है. Right? Now, traffic lights can be monitored like this. Emergency services can be, you know, rerouted or made better efficient use of. अगर आपका signal, traffic signal gives you more green, does it not mean that the traffic will flow more smoothly? If a police vehicle or an emergency vehicle is coming on that road, the signal goes green, allows the ambulance to pass through quickly, and then goes red again, goes back to its original, you know, pattern. So AI-enabled जो टेक्नोलॉजी हम बोल रहे, एक्सीडेंट्स, रोड रेज, कुछ झगड़ा हो गया रास्ते पे, ये सब चीजें डिटेक्ट करके we can use this, right? Utility management, we already spoke about smart metering for water, gas, for utilities. Leak detection, now gas pipeline जाती है, right? So somewhere a leak हुआ, it's a major issue. And we have seen cases where an apartment has blown apart because of a gas leak. Then healthcare, so we spoke again about remote diagnostics, telemedicine, robotic surgery, education now the kitne sare applications hai, right? Now someone cannot move to a college in a city. So what does a person do? Leave education? No, education should be accessible to everybody. So you can use AR, VR classrooms where we can show, you know, certain things that is not available to somebody sitting in rural areas. It brings inclusion between the urban areas and the rural areas. And that is a big problem here in India today, right? Using real-time, high-definition video. ऐसा नहीं कि video buffer हो रहा है and all those things. So the person sitting in rural India who is not able to afford high quality education can also take advantage of this. Well, लाखों में fees होते हैं. Maybe somebody in rural places cannot afford this. So they are capable and able to take advantage of these services. Financial planning. ये और एक है. अभी financial planning not only for your personal level, but at a government level ये बहुत अलग चीज में चलता है. How much budget am I supposed to allocate for flood management, for laying new pipelines, laying new, say, water services or electricity meters, or you know, how to better manage this thing? All this is useful in a urban landscape, rural landscape, using 5G high-speed networks that leads to a smart city. And when you have a smart city, the surrounding areas, maybe some surrounding smaller areas, smaller villages, also become smart on those grounds. Right? Now, iske economic and business implications bhi hote hain. Now, in a smart city, new areas of jobs can come up. Right? Now, ye business model ho sakte. Today, we have got infrastructure as a service, which is used in AWS. We've got SaaS, software as a service. Now we all have taken advantage of SaaS platforms. Aapka Gmail, Outlook is all a SaaS platform. So we can have data as a service. You can have analytics that are taught in management schools, technical schools, where this capability is given to people to manage this data, and terabytes of data coming in. Public-private partnerships between the government and private companies can be done so that to handle this infrastructure, manage the infrastructure, secure the infrastructure, and also make sense of what data is flowing inside. Consulting services भी आ सकती है. So again, all these things come. So it opens up a whole new areas of jobs over here. IoT architects. अभी we are learning IoT, but उसका application कहाँ पे होगा? We are all talking about AR, VR. इसका application कहाँ पे हो रहा है? Right? AI, ML, बोल रहे data scientist. Lot of ads come up today. Where will this be used later on? Digital transformation की बातें होती है. So what does all this mean? Data analytics, right? Traffic analytics, we spoke about it earlier. Right? So all these new set of jobs are created. All this time we were like, software development. Then came a wave of, oh, we have got to use AI, ML. Now we have to use about IoT, data management, data as a service, smart city consulting, data analytics. ये सब चीजें come across as new job opportunities. So the city also improved from an economic and business standpoints. Today you've got software development companies sitting in various companies over here. GCCs are existing here, but now you have a different set of an entire entity of new ventures can come up in cities. In the Indian landscape, especially, there is a huge challenge to be met. Not every city has 100% fiber backbone, and to have low latency, you cannot have a copper cabling. आजकल जो आपके घर में fiber optic cable निकल आता है, maybe it is fiber optic to your end, but maybe from building to building there will be copper connectivity. So that is where the latency goes down. Latency goes up. How do we ensure you have end-to-end fiber optic connectivity? Laying a fiber optic cable is expensive. ये खर्चा कौन उठाएगा? Any power cut that happens can knock out a cell tower. तो अगर आपका सर्जरी के बीच में आपका नेटवर्क लाइट चली गई, तो मतलब वहां बंदा क्या करेगा? What does the patient do there? Right? So telecom companies are now figuring out कि भाई ये when you give a data pack for say 5G network, how do you make it cheaper for the person who's buying it? Additionally, cost effective from a point of view for infrastructure and large enterprises. ये सब करने में there is cyber security involved. If your data, if the way your car is moving on the road is being monitored in some way, are you going to be comfortable with that? कि आप कहाँ जा रहे हो, कितने बजे जा रहे हो, कहाँ से कौन सा रोड लेते हो? With that, I can predict where will you be next week, right? So that is a huge cybersecurity risk that we have. ये सब करने में we have to have some amount of protection for the end person. If there's an attacker that is broken into or hacked a traffic signal or a power grid, and ये होती है, entire power grids are hacked. You must have heard somewhere US में बीच में entire city went out because power outage हो गया. Bombay में बीच में हुआ था. Bombay or somewhere in other city where the power grids just went off. Now there is talk कि बाबा, is this a cyber attack or is this just some infrastructure failure? अब ये तभी पता चलेगा when you actually do all this. India में to protect something, to protect the users about their digital privacy, we have something called the DPDP Act of 2023, which is your Digital Personal Data Protection, DPDP. Companies are supposed to give you that protection against privacy. How many of you today, when you go to a store, right, or you buy something, लोग बोलते हैं सर मोबाइल नंबर दे दो. क्यों? क्या आप ये सवाल पूछते हो कि हम मोबाइल नंबर इस दुकान को क्यों दे रहे हैं? वो लोग आपका मोबाइल नंबर लेके क्या करेंगे, क्या कर सकते हैं? हाँ, आपको मार्केटिंग मैसेज आ जाएगा, but it also can show you based upon their sales record and putting your mobile number to it कि this person can buy this kind of product. That means आपके पास पैसा है. You are a rich person. So, and if this data is available to somebody else, I can target you कि you are a high net worth individual or HNI or UHNI. So इसके पास मोटा पैसा है, इसको डेटा ब्लॉक किया, मतलब इसका इंस्टाग्राम अकाउंट भी होगा, सोशल मीडिया फॉलोइंग भी हो सकती है. So all this also matters. Now, there is an obvious challenge about infrastructure. I think less said the better about potholes, flooding, roads, power supply, water, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Right? Case studies. जो स्मार्ट सिटी जो बोलते हैं पूना में इंटीग्रेटेड कमांड सेंटर होता है, देयर इज अ अडैप्टिव ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल सिस्टम वेयर नो द ट्रैफिक ग्रीन लाइट जो होता है इट गोज ग्रीन टू रिड्यूस ट्रैफिक इन सर्टेन एरियाज. गिफ्ट सिटी, गिफ्ट तो अभी अभी भी आया हुआ है, एंड देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क हैपनिंग ऑन दैट लेवल वे हाउ टू कूल द बिल्डिंग्स, हाउ टू इम्प्रूव कनेक्टिविटी, एनर्जी यूज कैसे होती है, वाटर, यू नो, all these things matter here. Bangalore airport is a very big good use case about baggage handling. Airport में we all hate waiting at an airport, waiting for a bag. Flight से उतर गए, bag कब आएगी, bag कब आएगी, bag कब आएगी. अब बैग जितना जल्दी आई, अच्छा आई आई नहीं आई नहीं आई नहीं आई तो भाई कहीं कहाँ, right? Very often it has happened to me. My bag is on a different flight altogether. मेरी bag पहुंच गई लखनऊ. I am sitting here in Pune. So now I have to wait for 2 days for the bag to come back somewhere. Delhi Metro, passenger information, ticketing, train, agar if there is sudden rush at a station, the train can come sooner. The frequency of trains coming on that road, road can increase, right? So all these things can be done using, this is just scratching the surface of what is called a smart city. IoT networks ka, there's a very good example I like to give about Predix, Predix, which is run by GE or General Electric. General Electric makes, engines for planes, cold storage facilities for fleets. Now imagine monitoring the parameters of an engine on a plane, right? There can be 4 engines on a plane, there can be 2 engines on a plane. The oil temperature, oil pressures, oil temperature, intake air, exit air temperatures, vibration, all these things. अगर किसी route पे हवाई जहाज चलते चलते, if there is a lot of vibration on that route, then ATC can tell the planes beforehand, this route has some vibration or turbulence. Please lower your altitude or increase your altitude to avoid that area, because that turbulence causes fuel loss. If you burn 100 liters of fuel within 3 kilometers times 100 flights, you're burning a lot of fuel. So all this matters. These small changes matter. Now, I've gone a bit fast so far, but what is the vision for India here as such? Digital twin cities. We all have heard of twin cities. Abhi Pune mein, Pune, Pimpri-Chinchwad, then the Delhi NCR bolte hain. So Noida and something else they talk. Sikandrabad, Hyderabad. So all these twin cities can be used for creating a better urban landscape. Sustainable development, smart electricity grids, EV charging. Aajkal today people are buying EV cars, EV bikes, but charging is an issue. You reach a place to charge and you're low on battery and you realize कि यार ये charging तो चल नहीं रहा है. Now what do you do? Where's the nearest one? Nearest one is 5 kilometers away. I can't get there. Public transportation can be improved. Like, a lot of companies are launching e-taxis and all those things. Your smart buses, smart trains, ये सब launch हो रहे हैं आगे जाके. Real time, we are talking about governance. तो गवर्नेंस पे कैसे कि आई कैन रिपोर्ट कि यहाँ पे पानी नहीं आ रहा है, पानी वाटर पाइपलाइन लीक हो गई, पॉट है, रास्ता खराब है, देयर इज सम इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हैपनिंग हियर. So all these things can be reported in real time, and the reporting can be managed in a way that the right data can be sent to the right individual in the government. Why are we discussing all this is that the role of academia in all this. There can be a research partnership between business schools on how to run this, municipal bodies and technical providers to drive this policy. All these municipal bodies have policies. लेकिन ये policies को manage कैसे करेंगे? Right? So now we are making sure that B schools are here so that they can help the municipal bodies give up a roadmap of path on how to manage this program. Smart city का program जो होता है उसको run कैसे करते हैं efficiently. All this comes again in the Indian landscape as such. Coming to DPTP, right? So now DPTP का क्या कर सकते हैं? What is the meaning of DPTP? Now DPTP has come from GDPR, which is a European data privacy regulation. Yes, it is largely based on that. So point is कि the key provisions basically is जो data smart city आपके बारे में collect कर रही है, collect only necessary data. Now, if you the example I gave earlier about giving a phone number in a shop. Now, when I give a phone number in a shop, should I also give my Aadhaar card, PAN card, phone number, where am I staying, bank account number? Why is it necessary? Collect only that data which is necessary and tell कि बाबा जो डेटा मैं यूज कर रहा या रही हूँ उसका डेटा हम यूज कैसे करेंगे. Data is collected, but then can I link it back to you? Say your phone number. Now I can go back to some other database and say, okay, this phone number belongs to person X. Oh, person X is so and so. Okay, ठीक है. So now this data collection and usage, how is it being done? You know, right? You all, let's say Google Maps. Have you checked what Google Maps can track about you? Have you turned off your Google Maps ka history? You go back and see, I can, based on where you have been, Google Maps can easily predict where you will be next week. With whom, maybe what road you will take. Secondly, thirdly, actually, most importantly, right to erasure. Today, there is no mechanism. If I give my phone number today, I cannot go back to the store and say, please, मेरा data erase कर दो. अच्छा, erase करना बोल दिया. Are they going to erase it? If yes, in how much time? And will I have confirmation that the data has been erased? So that basically protects my privacy. If I'm not doing business with you, you do not have a right to use my data for any kind of future marketing. Very often you must have seen, आपने एक जगह घर देखा कहीं पे 3-4 साल के बाद भी आपको उस बिल्डर से आपको मैसेज आएंगे कि अरे आप हमने यहाँ पे भी प्रॉपर्टी कर ली है. क्रेडिट कार्ड्स, you must have seen कोई तो पेट्रोल पंप पे someone takes a mobile number, हाँ ये ऐसा कार्ड का ये है, and then you start getting messages, and then other companies also know, oh sir आपका you are looking for a credit card, but how do you know? I only gave my information to this person. How do you know that I want a credit card? Right? Now, चलो डेटा दे दिया, इस कंपनी में डेटा ब्रीच हो गया. What are we going to do about that? Is that company obligated to notify you कि भाई आपका डेटा है, आपका एड्रेस, अच्छा क्या डेटा ब्रीच हुआ है, आपका एड्रेस गया है, आपका ईमेल एड्रेस गया है, आपका नाम गया है, आपका फोन नंबर गया है. All this is what we call in cybersecurity as PII, personally identifiable information. I can actually identify you, who you are, based upon your name, address, phone number, email address also maybe. Right? So all this is necessary. So when we talk about smart city programs, data security, data privacy is a very large component of this, and business schools should take cognizance of this as to when they are helping governments create policy on how to run this program, keeping privacy as a key factor in mind. what is the future that we have, going forward about data, your smart cities and all these things? Can we have appropriate law enforcement that can benefit from this? There's a big joke, right? India में तो मतलब पिज्जा पहुंच जाएगा 30 मिनट में, लेकिन एम्बुलेंस नहीं पहुंचेगी, which is a sad thing. But how can law enforcement get there early? How can health service, emergency services get there early? अब ट्रैफिक जैम में फायर ब्रिगेड अटक गया है, क्या करेगा? कुछ नहीं. In smart city decision making, what are the ethical implications? Can the government use my data to target me? अगर मैंने कुछ बोल दिया सोशल मीडिया पे, अगर कुछ कर दिया ऐसा, if I'm doing something different, can the government target me? We all hear, right, about some reporter getting killed somewhere or whatever. So these are ethical implications that what can the data be used for? Last and very important, how does all this not just benefit a smart city, but how can a smart city leverage up to become smart India? This city तो ठीक है, but most of our population come from a rural background. सबके ना मैं गांव जा रहा हूँ छुट्टी करने को, whatever. कोई ना कोई गांव में रहता है. गांव doesn't mean एकदम कहीं तो खेत खलिहान में नहीं, but maybe not a tier 1 city like Bombay, Delhi or Chennai, whatever. Maybe something in the surrounding area. Does it mean we don't include them? Does it mean we leave them behind? So they should also benefit. Somebody shouldn't have to travel 100 kilometers a day to come to work. So we should be including these people around so that they are also benefiting from the emergence of smart city, IoT, digital transformation, all these buzzwords that we are talking about. It is a huge opportunity we have to actually move forward and become smart India going forward. With that, I end the presentation. Thank you very much for being a part of this today. I hope you benefited, and we can take this forward and make not just smart city, but smart India. Cheers.
Thank you so much, and we sincerely are grateful to Mr. Alok Karnik for sharing this specially recorded session with us, and the insights and perspectives on 5G implementation that were offered were truly valuable. Moving on, we now move on to our final technical session, which is session 13, which is co-shared by Dr. Sanjay Khonde and Ms. Garima Garg, and they will be speaking on 5G implementation and strategy. And while our next and final overseas speaker, Ms. Garima Garg, will address tech-powered leadership. So let us begin with our first speaker, Dr. Sanjay Khonde, Professor of ENTC at Ajankya D.Y. Patil School of Engineering, Lohgaon, Pune. Dr. Khonde brings with him 19 years of teaching experience and 9 years of industry experience. His area of expertise include design and automation, VLSI design and embedded system development, wireless application and wireless sensor networks. He has also served as a professor and head at electronics engineering at KJ College of Engineering and Management Research, Pune. It's our pleasure to welcome Dr. Khonde. Sir, we invite you to begin your session.
Okay. So whether I should start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good evening, all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank the management of IMDR, the director, Dr. Jain Madam, course coordinator, Dr. Gopadas Madam, and the course co-coordinator, Dr. Priva Madam, for inviting me for this particular session. Actually, the topic allotted to me is 5G implementation and strategies. So this is a very vast topic actually. and I will try myself to cover majority of the things in this particular time period. You must have gone through all these sessions right now. This is the 13th session, what madam has told me, where you must have discussed a lot of things about 5G and how this is implemented for different applications like smart cities, IoTs, and Internet of Things, Industry 4.0. So a lot of things are where we are using all these things. So definitely some part may be a repetition for the participants and some part may be new, but whatever I have thought about all these things that I have included in this. So what I have done is mathematical part purposefully I am not including in this particular session. Majority of the things are theoretical. Some parts I thought of having the mathematical things, but afterwards mathematical, and it is the last session and in the evening, so definitely it becomes difficult. So majority of the things are theoretical here. Now the entire topic covers how this 5G is implemented, and for implementation of this 5G, what are the different strategies those are being used, how they are different from the earlier versions like 4G, 3G, and why they are important. That is the important point that are to be discussed, and how it is implemented. So what are the different cases, usage scenarios, majority of the things in 5G, all those things we are going to discuss in this particular session. Okay, so am I audible, madam? Any difficulties?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, madam. So definitely when we start with 5G, I have to go with the evaluation right from maybe 1G up to 5G. So those are the things, those are to be told earlier, definitely in any session related to 5G. So that also we are going to deal with here. So it is a next generation mobile communication after 4G. So you must be knowing how it started with 1G, 2G, and 5G came in to 2020 and so on. So after 4G, we are now currently in 5G, and we are going beyond. So the main application of mobile was voice telephony. So this particular part is included here also. But apart from this voice telephony, there are a lot of things which are being included in this particular generation, and those are important. So we have to go with Industry 4.0, that is emerging topic, IoT, Internet of Things. Huge amount of data is to be transferred or uploaded or downloaded with lower latency. The spectrum is also important. So all these things are to be considered in 5G, which were not actually considered in 4G, and that's why that is important part, where there are different difficulties in transferring the data, uploading and downloading links, the spectrum, all those things were there, having technical things. So those are overcome here in 5G. So how it is possible, that we are going to see in detail. So here in this particular area, a new radio, that is NR, it is called as NR, is the technology that is used for supporting different various applications. So definitely the starting of this will be evolution of mobile communication system. So we can see that the figure says us that it started from 1980 and it is going on. In 2020, we are having 5G. So whenever we think of uh, the important part, that is 1G, where the speed I can say have 24 kbps, where only voice calling was possible, where we used to talk with one another through voice, and we cannot see anyone's face, we cannot send some data, only falling of the things was there. Okay, so that part is called as 1G, where mobile communication era, it was called as in the year 1980. When slowly we moved on to overcome all those things where it was analog, it came to 2G with digital communication era, where we can send the SMS, MMS, GSM age technology in 1990, where the speed was 384 kbps. Okay. And now afterwards in 2000, we moved on to the 3G, where the speed was 2 Mbps, voice over IP or mobile web browsing we used to use, UMTS and all those things. CDMA 2000 was the important technology that was used there. Code division multiple access. That was the important point in that 2000 era. So still the things were like that. We cannot go with high speed games on the mobile. We cannot upload and download huge amount of data through mobiles. So definitely in 2010, we moved up to the 4G technology where the speed was 100 to 1000 Mbps. It was called as real-time streaming. So live things we can see. Nowadays we are going with all live things. So that is, we have to thank to all these 5G technologies. Okay, and in 2020, IoE and V2X, that is Internet of Everything, and vehicle to anything, that is X means anything. So earlier it was vehicle to vehicle, or now it has come to vehicle to anything we can connect. We can connect different machines to machines itself through this particular technology, that is 5G. So where the speed is 1 to 10 Gbps. Okay, so this is how the evaluation of mobile communication system uh, goes on with the timeline. So many of you must be knowing all these things. But better is to overview it again. That's why I have taken all these things. And now our important discussion is related to this 5G, where we are going to discuss how it is implemented and what are the strategies those are being used in this particular 5G technology. Okay, so this particular figure I have taken from reference is 5G and Beyond, that is the Springer publication book. From that book, I have taken this particular figure where we can see the timeline is on the x-axis and the innovation is on the y-axis, and the things are going on. Maybe afterwards 6G, 7G, and so on. Okay, so in this particular 5G, there are three important major changes we can see as compared to 4G. So these things are very important. Without this, we can say that 5G is of not that much of importance, because these are the important things which are going to help me for going with machine to machine communication, Internet of Things, and Industry 4.0. So International Telecommunication Union of Radio Communication they have given these three categories which are used in 5G network, that is EMBB, URLLC, and MMTC. So EMBB is extended mobile broadband. This is particular category where we are going to see these things in detail. This is the one of the most important category there. Then ultra reliable low latency communication, that is URLCC, LLC, that is low latency communication. So latency, the meaning of latency is the time response between the two events. So which is very, very less as compared to the previous version. So 10 times the latency is being reduced here in 5G as compared to 4G. So that is the important category. Due to this particular category, the majority of the things are in control of a human being now. because we want immediate response to whatever the events we are conducting. So this response time, that is latency period, is very much reduced here with this particular era of 5G. So this is important point. And then the third one is MMTC, that is massive machine type communication. So this definitely machine to machine interaction without human interference through different technologies. It is possible due to this particular category. So these are the three major things. So this will bring the social economic benefits to the human being. So we have to give stress on these three important categories, which are very important. And then after this, the different strategies along with this particular categories usage scenarios are going to complete the implementation of 5G. Okay, so this is what is the figure here, 5G usage scenario, where the first one is EMBB, so high data rate, large traffic volume. So definitely now in a particular, suppose we take a particular area, there are a large number of users which are in a specific area. So there is a possibility of huge traffic. And when the traffic is huge, the number of things comes into picture. So we have to manage the traffic here. So that's why it is this particular scenario is used. So virtual reality, 3D videos, etc., all these things comes in this particular category. The next thing is URLLC, where industrial IoT, intelligent transport. So we have seen now without human, the cars are being there coming on the roads and all those things. So the controlling of all this is possible due to this URLLC, then industrial IoT, industry 4.0. So all these things comes under this particular category. And the third one is MMTC, where IoT, smart cities, smart home system. So we can make control our home use, consumer products from my office. I can, when I am going to leave my office, I can make the AC on in my home and all those things. So such type of applications where I am having a smart home system with me, that is possible due to this particular category, that is MMTC, massive machine type communication. Okay, so these are the three important things. So these things, again, I have put it in words here. The figure is converted into the words: enhanced mobile broadband services, high data rates, large traffic volumes. So the services includes virtual reality, augmented reality, 3D videos, 4K streamings, etc. It also includes application in enterprise collaboration services. So different one particular company is having different offices in different areas, and they have to collaborate with one another and all those things. So these things are going to be become very easy in this case. Okay, so the next one is the low latency communication, where industrial manufacturing and production processes are mostly involved. Traffic safety is also there, and intelligent transport systems are also there. So the example of intelligent transport system, we can see that we are having signals on our traffic roads. So definitely, depending upon the density of the traffic, the amount of time where the green light is made on is varied automatically according to the dense traffic. So this such type of systems, that is called as intelligent transport system. So when we have to reduce the time, when we have to increase the time, and all those things, those are going to take place automatically. So that control of transport system is there due to this particular category, that is low latency communication. Okay, and next, if I want, I can go to MMTC, where it is massive machine type communication. There are different IoT services, then smart cities, smart home, remote monitoring. So the requirement for this to implement is low device complexity, long battery life, and coverage extension. So I have to cover a majority of the area. So definitely the battery life should be very high, because a lot of applications are running at the same time. It may consume more power. Due to that, the battery may get low. So the requirement here is battery life should be very high or very good, and the complexity of the device should be very less. Okay, because if the device is having more complexity, it is going to consume more power. Definitely, it is going to affect the other things. So that's why this is the basic requirement to implement this particular type of category. Okay, so with these three different usage scenarios, we have to go through some technical details of this 5G. So the table I have prepared here, where I can show you the matrix, 5G target, and usage scenario. So here the peak data rate, that is DL and UL. UL is uplink frequency and DL is downlink frequency. So it is 20 Gbps and 10 Gbps. So usage scenario is EMBB, that is enhanced mobile uh, broadband. Then peak spectral efficiency, again the DL is 3 bps per hertz and UL is 15. Again it is for EMBB. Then likewise we can have different things, average spectral efficiency per transmission reception point. So here there are three different categories where we have to use it in indoor hotspot. Suppose if I want to use in dense urban areas, if I want to use in rural areas, accordingly, depending upon the area, the things are changing here. So you can see for each particular area, the values are different here for downlink and uplink uh, facilities. The fourth one is the area traffic capacity. Then here it is indoor hotspot, user plane latency. It is 4 milliseconds and 1 milliseconds. So that is for EMBB and URLLC. So that is important. The connection density is approximately 1 million devices per kilometer square. So here it is usage scenario is massive machine type communication. Okay. Then mobility interruption time is 0 milliseconds. So we don't have any type, we don't like to have any type of interruption there. So the target for 5G is 0 millisecond there, and it is used full for EMBB as well as URLLC. So these are certain important points, technical requirements for implementing this 5G. Okay, so depending upon the requirement and the usage scenario, the things are going to vary. So the details of this you can go through any particular book, and you can refer also. I have referred a book 5G and Beyond, which is from Springer. So that book is very good, I think, which is going to explain me all the details about implementation of 5G and also what are the things going on beyond 5G. So that part is also included in that particular book. Okay. So now onwards, we have to see the different strategies here. So for implementing this 5G, approximately there are 7 strategies which are used. So all these 7 strategies we have to discuss in detail, and then we have to go ahead. So first of all, I have given the list of those strategies, and afterwards in detail, I have discussed all these strategies one by one. Okay, so here we can say that the first one is network infrastructure evaluation. So definitely, if I want to move from 4G to 5G, I will have to change my infrastructure, or the government itself have to take part interest in changing the infrastructure. So definitely how the infrastructure is going to change if I am moving from 4G to 5G, that is their introduced in this particular strategy. So there are two different parts here, that is non-standalone deployment and standalone deployment. So basically the things in detail we are going to see afterwards, but here at this point I would like to make clear that it is non-standalone deployment, means it is coming along with the 4G core. So 4G core is present as well as the 5G core is also present. So that's why it is called as non-standalone. So it is a combination of 4G and 5G core, where depending upon the requirements, I am able to switch from 4G to 5G. So that is what is non-standalone deployment. So that part we are going to see in detail afterwards. Then the second part is the standalone deployment, where only 5G core is being used as a infrastructure for this particular scenario. So what are the different between this non-standalone and standalone deployment? That difference also we are going to see here afterwards. So that is the first strategy that is being used here for the implementation of 5G, that is network infrastructure evaluation. The second part is the spectrum strategy. So definitely I have to use a dynamic spectrum sharing part, where some part is for low band, other part is for mid band, and then the high band. So I have to divide the entire spectrum into three different parts. Depending upon the requirement, I have to allocate that particular spectrum for that particular application. So whoever is the operator, that operator is going to purchase the spectrum from the government. So after that, that operator is going to divide the entire spectrum between three different things: low band, mid band, and high band, where a low band is less than 1 gigahertz, mid band is 1 to 6 gigahertz, and a high band is millimeter wave, that is more than 24 gigahertz. So this spectrum is divided into three. So the details of this also we are going to see afterwards. And the set used part is a dynamic spectrum sharing. So whenever a particular spectrum is not used by any particular application, that spectrum is allocated for that particular uh, application. So wherever the space is open, where the spectrum is not being used, that is being allocated. So that's why it is called as a dynamic sharing. So it is not a static sharing, it is dynamic sharing. So once the application is closed, that spectrum part again becomes free, which will be useful for again for the next particular type of application. So that is the dynamic thing. So that part is being included in this second strategy, that is a spectrum strategy. Now the third strategy is important here, is the network densification. So definitely the entire area is to be converted into small cells, and there is massive MIMO that is important, and beam forming is going to take place. So this is the third one, where I have to work on the densification of a network. So infrastructure is something different, densification of the network is something different. So I have to combine these two strategies wherever I want to deploy the things as a 5G. Okay. The fourth one is the core network transformation. So I have to transform the network. Either it is a combination of 4G or 5G, or it is a simple 5G core. So that I have to transform in a particular part. So that is the fourth strategy, core network transformation, where I have to use three different parts, that is cloud native 5G core, network slicing, and edge computing. That is to be taken place in this particular strategy. That is number 4. The fifth strategy is industry and use case focus. So these three scenarios, whatever we have seen earlier, usage scenarios, are being included in this particular strategy, that is industry and use case focus, where it is EMBB, URLLC, and MMTC. So due to these three things, we can now go on for automation, we can go on for talking of machine with the machines, we can go for smart cities, IoTs, and all those things. So this particular part is coming in this particular strategy. So this is implemented, which was not earlier there in the 4G, and that's why the importance of 5G is there. Number 6 is collaboration and ecosystem building. That is another strategy that is used, where we have to make a partnership with the device makers. That means the device, whatever the user equipment that the users are using, is to be made compatible with that particular that is 5G. Because if the equipment is not what we can say compatible with that particular technique or technology, the user is not going to get the advantage of these things. So we have to go with the partnership of device makers. So any type of device which is 5G enabled can be used here in this particular thing. So there is, that's why it is called as collaboration and ecosystem. So a particular ecosystem we have to build where all the industry partners or maybe end users are able to come into that particular technology, or they under that particular technology, where we are also going to use certain clouds technology also. So that is the number 6 type of strategy that is being used. And the government spectrum policies are also important in this particular strategy. Okay. And then the last one is the security and privacy strategy. So where we have to have end-to-end encryption for all the traffic, AI-driven networking monitoring, and compliance with the telecom security standards. Okay, so these are the major 7 important strategies. Those are being used while implementing the 5G. Okay, so these things now we are going to see one by one in detail, where majority of the things are coming. So how these are implemented, what is the importance of this particular strategy, those everything we have to see in this particular part again after this. Okay, so 3 major important usage scenarios and 7 important strategies that comes under all these things, that is 5G implementation and strategy. So that is very important part. So one by one now we will go ahead and see the things. Now the first part is the network infrastructures evaluation. That is the first strategy that is being used. So there are 2 different parts. I have told you earlier, that is non-standalone deployment and the standalone deployment. So the non-standalone deployment is the initial phase, where that's what I told you earlier, that it is coming along with the 4G. So 4G and 5G core are both combined, and that's why it is called as a non-standalone deployment. It is the initial phase of 5G rollout where 5G radio is deployed, but the core network remains 4G. Okay, so there is a deployment of 5G there, but the network core remains of 4G. So it is what we can say. In other words, we can say that it is embedded. 5G is embedded in the 4G core. So that's why it is called as a non-standalone deployment. So it is a 4G LTE EPC, that is evolved packet core. So 4G is there. So due to this, what is the advantage that I am having? So I can have the advantage of 5G as well as I can have where there is no infrastructure or no what we can say mobility, we can come down to 4G also. So we are it is very swiftly moving from 4G to 5G. We are not able to what we can say understand whether we are when we are going to move from 4G to 5G. But the things are taking very smartly. The things are changing. It allows the operator to deliver 5G-like speeds quickly without overhauling the entire network at once. So the speed that I am getting for transferring the data, that is audio as well as video, is like 5G, but we are using the core of 4G. So that's why it is a non-standalone deployment. So all the operators which are going for this, they are using this non-standalone deployment where the main core is 4G and only 5G is implemented in it, or it is deployed in that 4G core. So due to this, what happens? The speed of 5G is available to the end user. So if I want to have some features of NSA, dual connectivity, that is user equipment connects to both 4G and 5G NR, that is new radio simultaneously. So that's what I told you earlier, that we can have the advantage of both 4G and 5G simultaneously. There is a control panel which is handled by 4G and data panel which is used by both 4G and NR, that is 5G. So definitely the controlling of all those things is carried out through the main core, that is 4G, and the data plane where the data transfer is to be taken place with the help of 5G. So that is the main important feature of non-standalone deployment. It ensures the stability while giving the 5G speed. So there is a stability, there is no noise, nothing is there, and very efficiently we can talk, we can transfer the data with the help through this by using the 5G speed. Another important thing is it reuses the existing infrastructure. So there is no need to make some initial investment for the infrastructure for 5G. Already the infrastructure of 4G is available. Only the thing is I have to deploy the 5G in the 4G. So 4G core stays in that particular place. So the infrastructure, whatever the things are there related to 4G are available there, and only the advantage of 5G we can take. So the base stations acts as anchors there. Okay, and the 5G NR base station are added on the top. So on the base there are LTE base stations, that is 4G, and on the top it is 5G. So that is the important feature of NSA, that is non-standalone deployment. Then fast deployment and lower cost. So there is no immediate need of brand new 5G core. So the operators can market the 5G services faster. So without changing any infrastructure, operator can say that we are having the 5G, we are going to give the facility of 5G to the end users. So they can market the things, they can do the marketing. Then they are not doing any type of investment, they are not changing their infrastructure. It is remaining as same whatever it was earlier for 4G, and only the things is, and they can then charge more from the end users through that. So that's why the word used here is 5G services faster. They can market the 5G services faster because there is no investment to be done to improve the infrastructure or to modify the infrastructure required for the 5G, because the earlier one, whatever is there, it is used again. Okay, going ahead, we can see now this is the diagram where we can see the 5G NSA deployment block diagram. Okay, so here it is UE, that is user equipment 5G device. So this is where the diagram starts, where we are having the 5G device. Then we can see that there are 4G LTE E node B. Okay, so that is the new node, that is the new generation node, that is E node EB, that is, or E node B, that is the new generation node, where 4G LTE anchor base stations are there, control panel is there. So the controlling is being done through this particular control panel. And after on this anchor base stations, there are 5G NR user plane boosters. So those are being used. So the arrow shows that it is on this anchor base stations. Okay. Now here there are certain words, MME, which is there on the right hand side. You can see MME, HSS, that is mobility management entity, that is MME. HSS is home subscriber server. Okay, on the extreme right, you can see public private data networks, so that we can connect to all those things. Then here it is PCRF, that is policy and charging rules function. So definitely certain rules and regulations will be there. Those are being showed there. And then 5GW, that is fifth generation warface, and PGW is packet gateway. So 4G EPC, yeah, that you can see, and combination of these two blocks. There you can see 4G core EPC. Along with it, it is 5GW and PGW. So this is the thing where it is a non-standalone deployment. And here MEC is optional. So that MEC is multi-access edge computing. That edge computing is optional. If we want, we can have. Otherwise, without that also, the things can go very fine. So that is optional part. So this is how the deployment of non-standalone uh, is being carried out for 5G. Okay. Then next is standalone deployment. Definitely, this is something different from non-standalone. So here in the standalone, 5G network is fully independent network. So whatever the core is there, it is independent. The infrastructure for that is different from that of the 4G, and that it uses 5G core and 5G RAN, that is radio access network. Okay, it enables advanced features like MMTC. It provides end-to-end connectivity. It has dedicated 5G core that is service-based, and it has a cloud-native architecture which enhance flexibility, scalability, and adaptability. So these three important words are there: flexibility, scalability, and adaptability. So the thing is that which was not possible in non-standalone deployment. So somewhere we have to compromise the things. If we don't want to invest on the infrastructure, if we want to use the 4G core and deploy 5G on that, we are going to lose the things like flexibility, scalability, and adaptability. But if we are going specifically for 5G core and specifically a separate infrastructure for 5G, definitely we can have all these things where the architecture used is cloud native. That is different from that of 4G, and that due to this architecture, it will enhance the flexibility, scalability, and adaptability. So this is the important part. So there are any particular deployment we can go with. If the operator wants, if the operator wants to go with the non-standalone deployment, he can go with that. If he wants to go with the standalone, that also is possible. But now in case of standalone deployment, you can see that the main challenges here are higher investment. Definitely there is a higher investment because the entire infrastructure I have to change. Specifically for 5G, I have to go. So higher investment is the important part. Then technical complexity is also there, and the deployment pace. Okay, so because the things are going to change very rapidly now, and I have to, if I am thinking of going with the 5G infrastructure, I have to deploy all the things very fast because there is a huge competition. The other operator, if it is he is a heavy operator or big operator, he can go with that particular pace for the deployment of specific 5G network. So these three things are important challenge where higher investment, I have to invest very high. For that, technical complexity, definitely it is going to come, and deployment pace. Because if I want to implement a new infrastructure, definitely I will have to test the things. I will have to take the trial runs and all those things. Whatever the technical glitches are there, those I have to remove, and that's why it is called as technical complexity. And that much time we don't have. And that's why non-standalone deployment is being used where everything is ready. 4G infrastructure is ready. It is running fine. And only the thing is I can deploy 5G on that. So this is what is the thing. Now the figure here shows the difference between the standalone and non-standalone deployment. So in case of standalone, you can see that 4G is also there, and then it is coming along with the 5G. Okay. And in non-standalone, that 5G is embedded in that LTE. So that dotted line shows that it is there on that LTE. So basic core is 4G, and on that 5G is deployed. So that is the basic difference between non-standalone and standalone. So if I want to differentiate the things, here I can very easily differentiate 5G network with dedicated equipment and network functions, and 5G network supported by 4G. So 4G is also there. It is supporting 5G is supported by 4G. In case of standalone, it is 5G radios coupled with cloud native service-based core network functions. In non-standalone, it is coupled with LTE evolved packet core. Okay. In standalone, full 5G capabilities like EMBB, UR, LLC, and MMC are available. In case of non-standalone, faster rollout can act as a stepping stone as a part of transition to SA deployment, that is standalone deployment. So through this non-standalone, I can definitely one or other day I can transit myself or transfer myself from non-standalone to standalone deployment. Now there are new features here added in standalone. Functionality and services are enabled. Network slicing is important service there. In non-standalone, it is maximize utilization of existing network assets. So only the thing that is existing network, whatever is available, I have to uh, utilize it maximum. In standalone, more flexibility architecture and dynamic linking of network functions is there. In non-standalone, it is lower level of investment is required. Okay, so this is the first important strategy that we have covered. That is called as network infrastructure evaluation, which is divided into two. Now, the second strategy, what is important is the spectrum strategy. So definitely, if I want to go with the 5G type of communication, the spectrum is to be very efficiently used. So it involves using a mix of low band, mid band, and high band frequencies to achieve broad coverage, high capacity, and ultra fast speeds. So in the initial part, I have given you the three different frequencies, that is low band, which is less than 1 gigahertz, then mid band, which is 1 to 6 gigahertz, and high band frequencies greater than 24 gigahertz is being used here, along with dynamic spectrum sharing. So this part is being used. So the entire spectrum is divided into three different parts for three different types of applications: low band, mid band, and high band frequencies. And dynamic spectrum sharing is also used to allow 4G and 5G to coexist. So if it is a non-standalone deployment, I can go with both 4G as well as 5G, acquiring new spectrum in various bands and utilizing cognitive radio techniques to optimize spectrum usage. So this is important part here in the spectrum strategy. So these things, the three bands, definitely the types of spectrum, we can say low band spectrum, which provides wide area coverage similar to existing 4G networks by utilizing lower frequencies below 1 gigahertz. This is crucial for building the foundational 5G network. Okay, so this is the first type of spectrum that is being used, that is low band spectrum, which is below 1 gigahertz. Then the second type of spectrum is mid-band spectrum. It offers a balance of significant data capacity and decent coverage, making it ideal for city-wide deployment and various 5G use cases, that is 1 to 6 gigahertz. So all these use cases, I can go with this particular type of spectrum. So I told you that depending upon the different applications, the spectrum is divided into three. Then the high band spectrum, that is wave, it provides extremely high speeds and massive data capacity, but has limited range and poor penetration, suitable for dense, high performance areas greater than 24 gigahertz. Okay, so in the spectrum strategy, the spectrum is divided into low band, mid band, and high band. So low band spectrum, mid band spectrum, and high band spectrum. Below 1 gigahertz, 1 to 6 gigahertz, and more than 24 gigahertz. So in this spectrum reframing is important transition transitioning existing 4G spectrum to 5G use, often by gradually shutting down 4G networks in specific channels or reallocating them. Okay, so this is what is happening here. It is the 4G spectrum is being used for 5G. So certain 4G network channels are being closed or shut down. Whatever are free, those are being used for 5G. So that's why it is existing spectrum is being used for 5G use. Then the second part is dynamic spectrum sharing, a technology that allows 4G LTE and 5G to share the same spectrum dynamically on a millisecond by millisecond basis, shifting usage between the two based on traffic demand. So this is very important. So dynamically, so that's what I told you earlier also, wherever it is free, it is being used either for 4G or for the 5G. So the spectrum changes dynamically based on millisecond to millisecond, and that controlling is important there. And that's why the control plane is there, where indeed it is in the 4G type of things. So that control plane is going to control this sharing of the spectrum, and it is going to change millisecond by millisecond on the basis, and it is going to shift between either 4G or 5G, depending upon the requirement based on the traffic demand. That is also important. So based on the traffic, the things are being changed or controlled, and that is called as a dynamic spectrum sharing. And then the spectrum harmonization, where coordinating spectrum allocation across different countries to simplify device manufacturing and promote global standards. So definitely the spectrum harmonization is important, because the user can go in different countries, and different types of user equipments are there. So everything should come under one umbrella, and that is what, and through the global standards. So that part is important here in case of 5G. So spectrum harmonization is the strategy here used for spectrum, dynamic spectrum sharing, and spectrum refarming is also used. Ericsson spectrum sharing. It is a method for introducing 5G into existing 4G bands with minimal impact on current services, enabling continuous 5G coverage and supporting low latency 5G standalone use cases. So that is also another important part. And acquisition of new spectrum. So acquiring new dedicated spectrum in low, mid, and high band to directly deploy 5G services. So definitely this is important part there in the spectrum strategy. The frequency bands for NR, that is new radio, are divided into two frequency ranges. FR, that is FR1, it is from 410 megahertz to 7.125 gigahertz. And the second one is from 24 gigahertz approximately to 52 gigahertz, commonly referred to as millimeter wave. Okay, so low band is below 1 gigahertz. So mid band is 1 to 6 gigahertz. So that is covering this FR1, where it is less than 1 gigahertz and more than 6 gigahertz. So FR1 covers low band as well as mid band, 410 megahertz up to 7.12 gigahertz. And FR2 is that is frequency range 2 is from 24 gigahertz up to 52 gigahertz millimeter wave. So NR operating bands are defined with prefix of N and are numbered from N1 to N512. The range of N1 to N256 is used for NR bands in FR1, and from 257 to 512 is used for NR bands in FR2. So NR is new radio, that is 5G technology. Now there the operating bands are defined with the prefix of N. So 1 to 512, these are the thing, and they are divided into two, that is FR1 and FR2. So FR1 starts from 1 to 256, where the range is 410 megahertz to 7.12 gigahertz. And the second starts from 257 to 512, that is FR2, that is 24 gigahertz to 52.6 gigahertz. That was all about the second strategy. Now the third strategy is network densification. So the meaning of densification is what? It is increasing the number of cells per unit area. Why there is a need of increasing the number of cells? Because I want to enhance the network capacity, coverage, and user experience. So if I want to change this, definitely I want to make the network densified. So I have to make the network dense. So it is one of the key strategies to meet the explosive growth of traffic, data traffic, ultra low latency, and massive device connectivity. So in a particular specific area, there is a huge data traffic now. So along with the voice telephony, there is a majority of the things are now related to data traffic, where the videos and audios and all those things are being uh, sent from one part to the other part. So data traffic is huge. Latency required is also very low. Latency is the quick response to the event, and the massive device connectivity. So in a small area, large number of devices are there and they have to be connected with one another. So that if I want to do that, I have to implement this particular strategy there, that is network densification. So it is required as mobile data traffic doubles roughly every 2-3 years, driven by video, IoT, and AR, VR applications. So that is augmented reality and virtual reality applications are there. Videos, huge amount of videos are there, and definitely Internet of Things, where cloud and all those things are coming into picture. So it is seen that every 2 to 3 years, the data traffic doubles. And that's why the densification of the network is to be carried out. That is the important strategy used in 5G. Traditional macro cells alone cannot support this demand. So normal cells, whatever we are having, that will not support this particular demand of huge data traffic, ultra low latency, and massive device connectivity. So if I want to use all these things, definitely I have to increase the number of cells per unit area. And that is what is called as network densification. Now, what are the different techniques used for network densification? So first one is small cells, low power base stations, pico, femto, micro cells are being used. So they are deployed in dense urban areas, stadium, malls, airports, and they help offload traffic from macro cells and bring 5G closer to the users. Even if we see in one particular home or house, there are 5 to 6 number of users, they are being connected with one another. Okay, so in that area only there is a huge type of traffic that is being used in a small home. So definitely these things are going to be important. Heterogeneous networks, integration of macro cells, macro cells, micro cells, pico cells, femto cells, and Wi-Fi. So all these things are to be included, and then the network will become heterogeneous. That is different types. That's why it is called as a heterogeneous. The other part of that is homogeneous. So homogeneous, it is not homogeneous of one type. It is of heterogeneous, where we are having our normal macro cells, micro cells, pico cells, femto cells, and Wi-Fi. Okay. So that is important part. Then seamless handover and load balancing between the layers. So I have to go with seamless handover. Handover is what? Moving from 4G to 5G, 5G to 4G. So seamlessly, the user should not understand whether he is currently in 4G or whether he is currently in 5G. So that is the handover, and load balancing is to be carried out in different layers there. Okay. So spectrum reuse, same frequency reused in multiple small cells, enabling by beam forming and massive MIMO. That is multiple input, multiple output. It increases the spectral efficiency also due to same frequency is being reused again and again. because one application is completed, the channel becomes free, then definitely it is being used again for the other purpose. So it increases the spectral efficiency. Massive MIMO and beamforming is higher number of antennas improve the capacity without increasing the spectrum. So number of antennas is to be increased, that is multiple input and multiple output. So as the antennas go on increasing, the input output is going on increasing. So the spectrum usage is the same, only the thing is antennas are increased. Densification plus massive MIMO is going to give me greater user throughput. The fifth one is indoor solutions. So distributed antenna system, that is DAS, or indoor small cells for malls, offices and airports. Since most data traffic originate indoors, this is crucial. So these are the things, but there are certain challenges also which are there in the network densification. The first one is interference management. So if we go on increasing the number of cells, we are having the huge chance of inter-cell interference. So we can what we can say, the data can be, or the voice of other mobile we can hear, or there is a wrong connection, or there is interference, noise, everything is going to increase if I go on increasing the number of cells per unit area. But that is to be taken care of, because without increasing the number of cells, the things are not going to help me. So definitely I want to go to increase the number of cells, but there is a challenge, that is there is a chance of inter-cell interference. So that is a huge type of challenge. Then backhaul requirements. Each small cell needs high capacity, low latency backhaul, fiber or wireless. So that is a link that is there. Backhaul is a link that is being used. Okay, so it is wireless link or maybe a fiber link. So whatever is there, that link, establishment of the link is important there. Then the deployment cost, definitely densification means many more sites, increasing CAPX and OPEX. So CAPEX is what? It is capital expenditure. So if I want to deploy the things, capital expenditure is going to increase, and operating expenditure, that is OPEX, operating expenditure is going to increase. Operating is day-to-day expenditure, whatever is required, that is operating expenditure. And capital is, which is one-time investment that is to be carried out for the infrastructure. So that is CAPEX, capital expenditure, and OPEX, that is operating expenditure. So this is going to increase in case if I want to go for network densification. Then the site acquisition, finding physical locations for thousands of small cells in dense cities is difficult. So definitely, if I want to increase the number of antennas, I have to increase the sites, and there is a physical location is not going to get there for erecting the antenna and all those things. So that is another type of challenge for network densification. Benefits, definitely the benefits are there: high capacity, low latency, enhanced coverage, and support to IoT smart city applications. So whenever the capacity comes, supports extreme data demands in the cities. Low latency, it brings the network closer to the user. Enhanced coverage, that is especially in blind spots like indoor and dense urban areas, and supports IoT smart city application, that is millions of connected devices per square kilometer. So that is another advantage of network densification. So you can see here the block diagram of 5G network densification I have drawn here. So the first one is small cells, that is macro, pico, femto. Then heterogeneous network, definitely it is macro plus small plus Wi-Fi. All those things combined, it makes me the heterogeneous network. Then massive MIMO and beamforming. Indoor solutions, that is deployment of array system, that is DAS, small cells. Spectrum reuse, that is another thing. The challenges are interference, backhaul, cost, site acquisition. Benefits are high capacity, low latency, better coverage and IoT support. So the entire thing, whatever we have discussed, is combined in this particular diagram where it shows me the 5G network densification. Okay, so going ahead to number 4th strategy. The 4th strategy here is a core network transformation. It changes the core network to support ultra low latency, massive IoT and flexible services. It is driven by cloud native service based and software defined principles. It involves shifting from hardware centric architecture to flexible software defined framework. So earlier it was all hardware type of things. Now slowly but steadily, majority of the hardware is being converted into software, and that's why the network transformation is important, where the core network changes to support. So on the additional facilities are being used in that network, that is ultra low latency, massive IoT. IoT is Internet of Things, where machines, people, cloud, all those things are included, and flexible services are also being provided. Okay, so that's why the network transformation is important there. Service-based architecture, the 5G core network design is centered on modular services, where each network function provides a specific service and interacts with other via open APIs, allowing for greater flexibility and interoperability. So the majority of hardware is converted into software. So for the software, different APIs are there, and through those APIs, specific service is being allotted. It is provided, and the thing for function interacts with that OPI and going to give me the greater flexibility and interoperability. So operators, interoperability is different operators are using different types of networks and the functions are different. So depending upon the use of software they are using, the APIs may be different. So there should be flexibility between these operators also. So that's why it is service based architecture. So depending upon the service, the architecture changes. Because we are using software. So due to the change from hardware to software, the architecture can be modified very easily through the software. And due to this, we can provide service-based architecture to the users, even though they are from any operator. Then it is cloud native architecture, which is 5G core functions are designed as independent microservices that can run on cloud platforms, enabling better scalability, and the ability to update and manage functions are more frequently. So the architecture is cloud native. So depending upon the cloud platform. So definitely this is going to come in picture in 5G, where the things are majority of the things are being used in or kept in cloud. That means different operators can use that particular infrastructure through the cloud platform. So that is a cloud native architecture. So each and every operator is not capable of implementing all those things infrastructure. So the majority of the infrastructure can be kept on cloud platform, and depending upon the priorities and all those things, so those services can be taken from that particular cloud and can be used there. So that architecture is going to help me the things which was not there earlier in the 4G type of generation. Network slicing, this is another important part. So operator can logically partition the 5G core network into multiple isolated slices to meet the specific requirement of diverse application such as EMBB, MTC, and URLLC. So these three, whatever usage scenario we have discussed, those are coming under this network slicing type of thing, network transformation. Okay, mobile edge computing, that is optional, what we have seen in the deployment of the network, that is MEC. So network functions and workloads are distributed closer to the network edge and end users, reducing latency and supporting new use cases that require real-time processing like those in industrial automation and smart cities. So here you can see the diagram for that transformation, that is 4G EPC traditional core is there. And here it is 5G core, that is service based architecture. So there you can see now the difference between these. The transformation is carried out and then it is going to give me the things. So here HGW, it is also connected to the transformation MME and it is going to give me the things here. Okay, so this is the diagram for the core transformation. The benefits of core transformation are flexibility, multiple industries and use cases, definitely scalability. It can adapt to the demand dynamically. Low latency, critical for UR LLC application like autonomous cars, remote surgery. So you must have heard nowadays with the remote surgery is also taking place. So that is going to help me the things due to the core network transformation. There is openness, that is APIs for developers and third-party apps. So everybody can use those things. Anybody can develop a API. They can have a third-party API. So that is openness. It is not restricted now to any operator. It is open and available in general for all. Anybody can hire the things and they can go on using those things. Efficiency, it is cloud native deployment. It reduces OPEX and CAPEX. That is operating infra expenditure and capital expenditure. Okay, coming to the fifth type of strategy, that is industry and use case focus. Now the three important parts, that is UR, LLC, MMTC and EMBB are used here in this particular strategy. So you can see where it is used: EMBB, smart offices, video call, mobile cloud computing, ITS, that is transportation system. So there are certain overlapping of the circles in the figure. So there all the three are being used. So remote surgery, there I want low latency, I want mobile broadband, and then the MMTC also. So there is a what we can say coverage, or they are covering one another. That is how it is used. The industry focus is on enabling industry 4.0. So in this strategy, the related to industry, they are taking care of, where smart manufacturing is provided by providing high speed, low latency and reliable wireless connectivity for massive devices. So here you can see vehicle to infrastructure, then wearable devices, they are connected, or connected home devices, appliances, vehicle to vehicle, factory automation, remote surgery, and whatnot. So everything is going to be covered here due to this particular strategy, that is industry and use case focus. And that is how the things are, the life is made easy due to this particular technology. The life becomes now very easy for us. We have to thank this particular technology. In that case, key industry and their primary 5G focus, manufacturing, definitely it focus on low latency, massive machine type for factory automation, predictive maintenance, and connected robotics. Okay, so factory automation, many of the factories nowadays are using all these things where only the program is being fed into the machine and it is left alone. The machine is going to do all the things according to the program. Then in case of healthcare, the focus is on again low latency and mobile broadband for telemedicine, remote surgery, and health systems. In automotive, we are having vehicles are connected with one another, autonomous driving, that is without a person, the driving is possible nowadays, and fleet management is also there. So these are some of the key industry focus. Media and entertainment, that is also important. It is mobile broadband that is enhanced for gaming, AR, VR, that is augmented reality, virtual reality, and high quality live streaming. Public safety is also there, where we are having video surveillance, data sharing, and smart city infrastructure management. So you can see here 5G use cases. So number one is smart agriculture. Definitely that is going to help us. Smart healthcare, that is second one. Autonomous vehicles, that is third one. Fourth one is smart factories. Fifth one is smart cities. So there are a lot of things there, but some to point out, we have used here 5G use cases. So the same thing is depicted in another diagram, another type of diagram. So telecom, media streaming, then automotive, autonomous driving, healthcare, remote surgery, telemedicine, Industry 4.0, robotics, automation, smart cities and IoT parking, logistics, warehouse, drones, retail and finance, education and tourism, and whatnot. Lot more are there apart from this. So these are some of the major things that we have seen. Last but one strategy, that is collaboration and ecosystem building. It involves partnership between technology providers, service provider, and industry-specific companies to drive innovation, create new services, and ensure network interoperability and robustness. So, ecosystem, we have to build an ecosystem. We cannot go with different operators, different service providers, and different infrastructure, and so on. So everybody should come under one umbrella. A ecosystem is to be built, and therefore there should be some collaboration between the technology providers and service providers, and so on, and industries. So to have that, this particular strategy is being implemented in 5G. Collaboration and ecosystem building is required because no single stakeholder, whether an operator, vendor, or government, can deliver 5G promises alone. So we have to, who are the stakeholders here? Operators, vendors, or end users, or the government. So everybody has to come under one umbrella and they have to collaborate with one another so that an ecosystem can be built. So all these, whatever we have seen use cases, is not possible by any one particular stakeholder. They have to come together and then only the things are possible. So we have to build an ecosystem there. Telecom operators and vendors, they have to work jointly on interoperability, spectrum sharing and deployment models. Device manufacturers, handset, IoT, automotive, OEM alike, or 5G chipset standards and spectrum band support. So device manufacturers also have to have a collaboration with all of us, all of them, because they are going to provide the handsets. The handset should be compatible with that 5G. IoT automotive OEMs are there, original equipment manufacturers. They have to be aligned along to the 5G and so on. Automotive and mobility. So partnership between telecom, automotive OEM and regulators to enable V2X, that is vehicle to everything or anything, communication and autonomous driving. So if you want that, they have to come and collaborate with one another. Spectrum allocation, auctions and cross-border agreements are key where government is involved. So what is the part of the government here? That is spectrum allocation to the operators. They have to have auctions for the spectrum allocations, and they have to go with the agreements of cross-border. So wherever a person is moving from this country to other country, the agreement should be fulfilled there. So that is a part of the government. So government has also to collaborate with this to build a good ecosystem. So this is depicted here in the figure now. Operators, vendors, enterprise, developers and startups, and government regulators. Okay, so 5G platform where network, edge and slicing are coming together, and a ecosystem is built with all the stakeholders, and then they can go with a particular type of application. The last one type of strategy is security and privacy strategy. Security objectives. So confidentiality is important, integrity is important, and availability. So that is CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data and services is required. Then protect against unauthorized access, modification, and disclosure. That is definitely there. We have to defend or we have to protect unauthorized access. Provide secure and authentication and encryption mechanisms. So two type of verification is now being introduced by all of them, because OTP is to be used on mobiles and so on. Even if I want to access a mail, OTP is provided on the mobile, and then the things are being done. So that is a secure authentication. Implement continuous monitoring and rapid incidence response. So continuous monitoring is also important there. Security measures which are to be taken, zero trust principle for user and device verification. Then data protection is also there. Data anonymization for analytics and third-party sharing. Network slicing security. So slice specific security policies for different sectors: healthcare, automotive, industry, IoT, end users, vendors, and so on. So the network slice is to be made secure, and for that certain policies are to be laid down. Then monitoring and response, that is real-time monitoring with AI/ML based detection. Privacy principles, it includes data minimization, collect only necessary user and device data. So definitely whenever there is a huge transaction of data, large number of data will be collected. So that data is not required. Only necessary user data and device data is to be kept. Transparency, it should provide clear notices about data collection and usage. Data subject rights, users can opt out for non-essential data sharing. Data retention, that is retain personal data only for minimum period required. So some specific period is to be specified in the policy, and up to that period the personal data will be kept. Otherwise afterwards it will be removed there. Responsibility, it lies with the operator, third party partners. So the figure of 5G security and privacy is there. Unified authentication, encryption and integrity, service-based security, privacy policy, threat management, and continuous monitoring. Okay, so this is the end of that presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And I will request the participants to ask a few questions, sir. Because of lack of time, we will only be able to take 2 to 3 questions. Hope it is okay with the participants and the resource person. So I have one question. So this is from Mr. Vittal Patil. Sir, what skills should students focus on to become the future technology leaders?
Now, depending upon a good question is there, depending upon the interest of a student, so he can go on in communication. Now, majority of the students nowadays, they are thinking of going into the softwares. They are definitely the universities are also changing the syllabus from hardware to majority of electronic syllabus is now converted into software based. So the student should know that there is not only a software field. Apart from that, we can go in communication field. This is an emerging field where software knowledge is also required, as well as hardware knowledge is also required. And this is going to be what we can say a bright path for them. Now, definitely government is also taking more interest in implementing all these things, and that is how the things are there. So what the things are there, the students are focusing in only one particular area. That should not happen. The software, that technology we can use in industries also. We can go on having the knowledge of basically a mechanical person can also have a knowledge of software, and he can implement all those things in his particular area also. So the student should think of different paths nowadays. Now everybody, if any person, if we are asking which branch you are interested, he or she is telling, I want to go to AIDS, I want to go to IT, I want to go to computer. But that is not the thing. These things we can use or implement, or whatever the knowledge they are going to gain from AIDS branch or computer branch, they can utilize that particular thing in these particular areas also. So they have to think in diverse manner, and they can go in a different paths.
Sure, sir, and I'm sure that will be able to we are able to answer. And as rightly said, I mean there are various branches and research can be conducted in all the direction. So I mean yes, there is a huge scope. So there is one more question there, that transparency in data usage is often promised but rarely practiced. So what mechanism can ensure real transparency for end users in 5G networks?
Actually, the operators and everybody is saying that we maintain the transparency, but actually, how much transparency they are using or they are allowing, that we don't understand. We are keeping faith on them. They are maintaining the transparency, but really whether they are using that or doing that, we don't know. So a specific technology, we cannot go on and think whether they have used that particular transparency. We cannot understand right now. There is no way now, right now, to understand whether the transparency is being used or not there correctly or not, whatever they are saying, whether it is used or not. So we cannot right now check the things.
Understood, sir. I hope, I mean, yes, transparency is a huge factor, and I hope this with this we're able to answer the question. I think we will come to the end of the session, and in case if there are any more queries, we'll mail it to you, since we have to conclude the session because of the time constraint. So, on behalf of organizing team and all participants, I extend a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sanjay Konde for his insightful and engaging session on 5G implementation and strategies. Sir, your explanation of non-standalone and standalone architectures of how 5G leverages existing 4G infrastructure for faster, cost-effective rollout was both practical and enlightening. Your clarity on key components like anchor base station, control panels, and edge computing definitely help the participants to understand the technical depth of 5G system. Most importantly, the way you have highlighted that how 5G is revolutionizing communications and its application in various industries was truly enriching. So thank you again, sir. Thank you again for the insightful session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you,
Yes,
madam.
sir. Thank you, sir. So we with this we move on to our next session. So to provide a powerful industry counterpoint on this session, we are honored to have been joined from United States, Ms. Garima Garg. Ms. Garima Garg is Associate Vice President for Network Field and Engineering at Verizon, United States, and as it is one of the leading telecommunication companies. Over her stellar career of more than 20 years with Verizon, she has risen through ranks holding key leadership positions such as Senior Director of Technology, Strategy, and Director of System Performance. She is at the nerve center of planning and deploying one of the largest and most advanced 5G network globally. Her expertise span across LTE, CDMA, and EVDO, showcasing her deep understanding of evolution of cellular technologies. This session comes to you with a unique pre-recorded interview format conducted by IMDR faculty Dr. Shweta Jain along with her team of student interviewees. Ms. Garg has graciously shared her insight on the theme Tech-Powered Leadership through this special interaction, allowing us to benefit from her rich experience and perspective. At IMDR, we believing in fostering all-round and diverse learning experience, and this session is a true reflection of her commitment. Kindly stay tuned till the end We have a feedback link which will be live at the end of the session, followed by a test. So I'll request the technical team to kindly help us with the session. Over to you, Kiran sir.
Let me introduce my co-interviewers to you. She is Shravani. Hello, ma'am. Yeah. And she is Sanjana. Namaste. Then we are having Tanish. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Rahul. Hi, ma'am. And then she is Suhani. Hello, ma'am.
Very nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too, ma'am. So, Garima, like before they are going to ask a question, I'm very curious enough. What exactly you had done? Like you had done graduation from here, and then you had moved there, and it's a very short span. You had reached up to such a like glorious career you had gone through, and you reached up to a very good place, good positions, and you had done lots of things on the way. So it's not the destination, but the journey which you had gone through, that is also really very good. So firstly, just let us enlighten us on how you had done all those things.
Thank you, Shweta. I think it took a lot of perseverance and a lot of family support, and I think you guys can all appreciate that. Without my family support, I wouldn't be here where I am. I came to the US for my master's. You're right. I did my engineering in Pune University, which I'm super proud of. It was the best days of my life, as anybody can associate. College days are best days. Came here for my master's. I've been with Verizon for 19 years. And the beauty of working in a telecom industry is you never work on same technology at the same time, right? I started my career working on 3G, more specifically EVDO. As soon as I got comfortable with 3G, it was time to learn 4G. And once 4G was launched, now we're all working and talking about 5G. So I was always constantly learning new technology, and Verizon enabled me to learn on job. That was really amazing. My motto of life is be comfortable being uncomfortable. So I want to repeat that, right? Be comfortable being uncomfortable. I've done many, many lateral roles in Verizon. I have started from scratch sometimes my career because they would ask me to move to a new role where I did not know anything about that role, but I was willing to start and learn, and that gave me breadth of experience and prepared me for leadership roles in Verizon. And moved states. Moving states is not easy. With family, when they are settled in, you uplift them and just settle again. So I moved from Boston to Chicago to New Jersey, but in that just journey, I met so many great people, not just within Verizon but across the industry. I built those relationships, had a strong networking. So that aspect really helped me climb up the corporate ladder. And Verizon has given me many opportunities to succeed and help develop my leadership skills and technical skills. So I'm very, very grateful and proud to be part of Verizon team. And all this without my family support would not be possible. So I've had amazing husband and two daughters. And when I tell them, hey, let's go move, yeah, I get some eye rolls and I get some question mark, but at the end of the day, they support me through my career journey, and that's why I'm here.
That's great. And because you had like led your family also, and as well as you've grown into your career also. It's a perfect example of a perfect woman. Like we can handle so many things together.
I'll tell you, I'm far from perfect, and there are so many, issues and downfalls. But as long as we dust us ourselves up and stand up and start to walk again, it's all okay. It works out.
That's great. Great. Super. So any of you now can ask.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Tanish here. So, ma'am, you are a proven leader. Kindly, can you share the challenges which you faced when you were trying to be a leader, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, very good question, Tanesh. I truly believe leadership is a privilege. It is a leadership position has the power to impact people's life, right? As a boss, how your boss talk to you, you will carry that home, and you will impact your spouse, your kids, or whoever you interact with, your parents, right? So leadership is a power, but it's said with great power comes great responsibility. And one of the, things that are constant is change. And change management can be really, really hard sometimes when the leader, especially if you're working in a corporate environment and there's an edict that comes down saying, hey, you got to do this. And people might not agree with it. You might not get people to rally around it. And that can be a real struggle. And one of the things I have learned throughout my career is giving people a why. And I don't know if you guys have read the book from Simon Sinek too, all about the why.
Yeah.
If you give people a why and explain them, hey, I want you to do this budget cut because of these reasons, or I want you to deliver on this project because it's going to bring us so much revenue. I promise you, they will start rallying around you and they will be motivated to deliver with you because that's what builds a team. But if we just tell them, hey, go do this without any explanation, no why, that's hard. And that's where then motivation issues come in, right? And motivation should be intrinsic motivators, where you're generating a culture of trust, where you have ownership of work, where people take pride in their work and then learn new skills. And if you get all that in a job, you want to do better on your own without your boss telling you anything, right? So, and I think it's a responsibility of a leader to create such environment and constantly be in touch with the team to provide that why, to make sure they're all answered.
Yeah, so like they should make a rational decision, a logical mind. So give a logic and then they will work out on their own. That's great.
Exactly.
Great.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. Suhana this side. So my question is, can you just enlighten us upon how the technology has empowered the women leadership role and how it has been contributed to the society?
Yeah, and I think one of the impact of technology is very obvious to all of us through COVID-19 pandemic, right? Ability to work remotely. That is a huge one for all of us, for me, myself included. Technology has enabled remote work and flexible hours for women, which makes them, which allows them to balance their work life and family responsibility, pursue a career, and contribute to economy. So I am super glad. I know I moved across states to pursue a career. Now, not necessarily you have to move, right? You don't have to uplift your family and just you can work from wherever you are. So I think that was a realization. I think technology already existed, but that mindset change was super important for everybody around us to have that. The other things that come to mind is online career platforms like Khan Academy or Coursera. Like there is nothing that is not available today that you cannot go and learn about. And now imagine learning this, acquiring new skills and knowledge, enhancing the employability, or even leadership potential, regardless of your geographic location or your socioeconomic status. You have these things, and a lot of these things are free. The other things are digital libraries, research papers, like, it just keeps adding on. The one big social media platform for all professional workers is LinkedIn. Ability to network through LinkedIn, ability to, express your opinions and, be known in that circle where you're trying to influence has helped not only just women, everybody in that space. E-commerce is a big thing, right? Amazon Handmaids or Etsy, where women can start their own business with minimum support, and they provide training and everything. So that's pretty cool. So technology has absolutely reduced barriers to entry, allowing women to compete at more level playing field, and that is super important. And these are just few examples. I'm sure there's tons of other examples that we can all think of. But I'm pretty sure as technology evolves more, this is only going to get better for all of us.
It's very true. So usually we say that the technology, like the Western countries are having more tech oriented. So when you had gone from there, from this India to there, so how do you find that? Is it easy for you to adapt to the technology and get along with the system, or initially you find some issues with that? But usually we say that like lots of Indians, they are they are it's at a very high position there into IT, into the technology sector. So how do you think the capabilities of, in the terms of Viksit Bharat, we need?
Yeah, and I think India does a phenomenal job training students and prepping for technology aspect for sure, 100%. And I think some of the smartest people here are Asian, right? And that is no doubt. But I think it's more adjusting to the culture, the environment that was a little bit more of a conscious effort, because you grew up in one way and now it's a different environment totally. And what does a work ethic look like here? How do people talk to each other? How do they communicate with each other? It's not so much the technology aspect. And I truly believe like people can learn technology no matter if they even want to change their careers. It's a skill, right? You invest some time and you pick it up and you learn it. But it's the personality, it's the communication, it's those soft skills that comes in handy as you grow higher in your career ladder too. So that's the difference. That's pretty big. We'd say working in India versus working in United States, but you adjust, right? Give it time and everything falls into sure.
Hello, I'm Rahul. Could you share a personal experience that underscores the importance of leadership in driving the technological innovation?
Yeah, Verizon had was the first in the world to launch 5G millimeter wave network. And for those of you who don't know, millimeter wave is a spectrum for that is used for 5G technology, and it can provide you 5 to 10 gigs of download speed and a gig of uplink speeds on your devices. So this was the first time this was getting launched in Chicago, which I was leading as a market lead. And this brand new technology, the vendors are learning with you, we are learning with the team. And there is a time when you delegate as a leader, and there's a time when you roll up your sleeve and be there with the team. And I thought this was one of the times when I had to really roll up my sleeves and be in the weeds with my team, understand the technology myself, remove their roadblocks, and test the network with them. And often in frigid temperatures in Chicago, right? I could have sat in the warm office and said, hey, go do this and deliver it. But again, this was the first time ever. We are all learning in this together. I truly believe in lead by example. So if I don't understand it, I cannot challenge, guide, or be curious about the technology and question the team too. Like, hey, did we do this? Did we do that? Right? So I enjoyed it thoroughly. Of course, the team went above and beyond to deliver the best network for our customers. We were the first in the country, like I said, which was a great accomplishment. And just as a leader, I think this was an example where you had to lead by example and do the work instead of delegating. So I think there is definitely a balance to be struck.
That's really good. Yeah, truly it is one that the followers can see and they try to follow them. But
Exactly, right? If you haven't walked a mile in their shoe, you would not understand what they're going through too.
Very true. Very true. So, hello, ma'am, Shavni here. So, ma'am, my question has two parts to it. So, and I would be really excited to know how you manage it. So, what are the main challenges hindering women's participation in tech leadership? And what strategies do you suggest to address them?
Yeah, that's always a hot one, right? And there's so many things that come to my mind that we want to do. We've been doing in Verizon here. And when I talk to professionals across the world, I know everybody is trying hard, but it's still not where we want it to be. So the first one, right, gender bias, that unconscious bias, that stereotyping still exists in this day and age. And it's not that we provide training and it's done and you got a checkbox. We have to be intentional about it. And not just women. I need the men in the room to be allies to the women, to support and to question things if they see something. Because without that allyship, I don't think this unconscious bias or stereotyping can be shaken, right? So that's the first one. Pay inequality and lack of career development resources. is another issue. Women in tech are often paid less than their male counterparts and may have limited access to mentorship and sponsorship or targeted training. We talked about Coursera or Khan Academy, right? We got to go beyond. Again, we need to be intentional, create a culture of inclusion. And culture of inclusion will, again, not get created by a training or, hey, you must hire a diverse employee. No, when you're sitting in a room full of people, you got to make sure the introverts, the females, everybody is getting a chance to say what they have in mind and have a chance to uh, get the opinion out, right? That's a culture of inclusion. It just doesn't stop, the training or the courses and whatnot. Uh, One big one that is very close to my heart is lack of visible female leaders in the tech, which hinders women from envisioning themselves in leadership positions and create a feeling of isolation and doubt. Creating well-structured programs that connect women with experienced mentors and sponsors who can provide guidance and support and career development opportunities goes a long way. A young girl, I said, I have two daughters, 12 and 15. If they don't see women in leadership position, they cannot envision themselves in that position. I regularly host a coffee talk with my female employees in my organization where we talk about professional careers, mock interviews, or executive presence. So everybody, I think, can do their part, not dependent on their corporate or whatever institution they're part of. It's just so simple. These small steps go a long way for sure.
Very true. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Sanjana this side. Ma'am, I'm extremely curious to know about the opportunities which lie ahead for the women taking up leadership roles, especially when we are heading towards Bharat 2047.
Yeah, tons, and I'm super excited about it. Tons of opportunity, and as India tries to become a $5 trillion economy, the need of diverse talent will soar, right? And studies have shown that companies with greater gender diversity perform better financially. That's a scientific study path, right? And making women leaders more crucial for the economy. The mindsets are changing. There are public discourses. We are having this conversation because of the reason the awareness is increasing. Government initiatives are increasing and recognizing the value of women leadership and creating more supportive environment, not just within, again, corporations, but in the families too, is absolutely changing. Growth of technology, that's like a no-brainer. Just tons of career opportunities coming where you don't have to move, or you can work remotely. Or renewable energy, that's another field that's coming up. Healthcare, and this just opens door to so many dynamic fields for women. And India is, witnessing a boom for women-led startups. Nothing like that, right? Your own entrepreneur. And I think this is super exciting time to be part of Indian economy. And with technology advancements, with new stuff that's coming in, and all that conscious awareness around, I think we have really exciting times coming up ahead.
Thank you. So, very light question. When you are doing so many things, so sometimes you maybe get stressed up also. So, what do you do to make yourself cool and calm at that time also? So you must start healing up.
Yes. And you know what? These things didn't come easy too. You learn hard way when you stress and you're like, oh, okay, you know what? I don't perform very well during stress time. So how do I manage that? And as I've grown more, not just in the career ladder, but just from a maturity perspective, the importance of me being calm is very apparent, not just for my family and the girls, but also for my work people. Because again, like I said, how I carry myself, what I say to them, how do I talk to them, no matter what's going on, is going to impact their life. And impacting people's life, there's a Latin definition somebody was telling me, is blowing life into them, positive or negative. And that's so powerful. So just understanding that, Shweta, was the first step. And then second is like I'm very artistic, so I love to draw and canvas paintings. I have a thing for mythological creatures, so I draw a lot of Ganeshas and Krishnas and Buddhas. I dance, I stress out, and then just mindless entertainment on TV. There's no lack of it, and meditation. I'd say that, right? And meditation has not come easy to me. It was like, you try it and then I quit, and then you try again and then you quit again. But I've realized 5 minutes of peace in the mind can get you through the day more than anything else can get you. So the times that I can squish that in and remember to do it, I think it helps for sure.
That's really so good. Like so many hobbies, and that also you are pursuing with your so much hectic work schedule also. That's great. That's great.
I
I
like
think
to
my
be
son
busy.
is really learn a lot from this thing.
Yeah, so my next question is, how do you view the impact of women leadership role in the tech industries, and what are the progression towards 2047?
Yeah, I mean, look, women leadership in tech industry has a significant impact not only on Bharat progression but global progression. I truly believe there is 49% of women in the world. That's half the population. And having women represented in leadership role in tech industry significantly not only improves the economics, but is good for global competitiveness, right? If you're not considering that as a viewpoint, you're leaving half the population unrepresented. And I don't think that's fair, or you're even doing, the right thing. So women leaders bring diverse viewpoints, represent half the population of Earth, like we said, and driving innovation and enhancing creativity and problem solving. So leaders, we talked about this, are somebody who motivate people in various industry. And if young girls are not seeing somebody in powerful positions like themselves, they don't want to go there. So we're not just impacting us here, professionals talking. We're impacting the future generations, right? This reminds me of an example that I don't know if you guys know this. They use a dummy in a crash testing. Till 2019, they were using a male dummy only, leaving women to more prone to injuries during a car crash. So there was a researcher, Dr. Astrid Linda, and group of researchers under her thought of the idea of building a female dummy just under 2 years. This concept just came in, and now we are using a female dummy for car crash testing. Can you imagine? I mean, women are apparently 73% more higher at risk to getting injured in a car crash. Like, those are the kind of innovation we're leaving at the table if we don't have women in leadership and powerful position. And now, at least women won't be an afterthought. They would have a chair, seat at the table. And you're again making a holistic decision versus just 50% of the population making that decision. So I think just realizing that is so critical. I have one more example, and I have to tell you guys that. So, I was reading about this home safety system. Um, it was invented by women. Why? Because she was an engineer. Her and her husband used to work late nights, and she'd come home and she'd feel unsafe, and just lack of. And I'm talking long time ago, right, 1960s and whatnot. And she thought of inventing a home security system. Again, that's the kind of innovation that would be left unchecked if we don't, represent both the genders equally at decision making tables. And that's where the impact is so powerful.
That's really true, because when women are at that position, then they can change the policies or create a system, then only they can suggest that. That's really good.
So, ma'am, I would like to continue for the question. So, how can collaboration between government and corporations and civil societies support women's advancement in tech leadership?
Yeah, and I think we talked about it a little bit, right? Just having programs that are dedicated for women to progress, or having just an initiative provided for companies who have more leadership representation in women, or policies like introducing STEM to young girls at early age, having programs around that. And just simple things. When I had my first child, the office environment that I worked out of didn't have a nursing room. So, making sure, offices, corporations, government, wherever there is women representation, those needs are taken care of, because then it becomes very easy for women to balance work life and personal life. And again, it's not just training. It's truly a mindset change that and I think India is coming along a long way, but believe there's still a long way to go. Mentorship and sponsorship programs are super easy to create, right? It should be well structured. It should connect women with experienced mentors and sponsors. Transparent and fair promotion practices, or even when you're giving out salaries, right? Equality there. Implementing clear objectives for promotion criteria and focusing on merit and performance. Another one is very close to my heart, is coming back to work after maternity leave, giving companies that incentive to, it's on the government, it's on the companies to bring them up to speed. It's not easy to take a year off work and come back right at where you started. It's not easy. Understanding that and implementing some processes in place which helps them. So again, to play a level playing field, all into, right?
That's great. Yes, it's true that, because unless the rules are not made, later on companies, they can start, their mindset will change. But firstly, the government has to make those rules so that the mindset has to be get changed.
Yeah,
So
it's a parallel effort. It's a parallel effort. Without rules, mindset won't change. Without mindset, rules will
the rules will
right?
not change.
Absolutely. And I
Somewhere
have
the cycle has
faith
to break
in
down.
young women. Absolutely, yes.
So I'm having one question. You, as I had seen in your bio also, that you had done lots of, like, you are great in negotiation skills. So can you tell, like, what, and negotiation skill is something which is needed at every stage, or every, like, it's not the job only, every place you need that thing. So what quality should be there as a good negotiator?
Yeah, I think I quality of a good negotiation could be up for debate, but I tell you how this works. It works with building good, strong relationships. So I am negotiating with people who are working with Verizon, say for better pricing, or I'm negotiating with other cross-functional team leaders to do something better for my team. But it's a two-way street, right? And they need to know that they can trust you when you say, hey, look, I'll walk a mile and you walk a mile, and let's meet in between. Those relationships would not happen day one. You need to water the plant. You need to really take care of those relationships. And when it's time to really sit at the table and negotiate, they want to do business with you. They want to be, known and associated with you, saying, "Oh yeah, you know what? I worked with Shweta, and she was great to work with. And yeah, when she calls up, I'm going to pick up that phone." That relationship turns into good negotiations too. And I'd go back to providing a why, and that becomes really critical in a corporate environment where if you are striking millions of dollars of deal, um, everybody knows their business. Everybody has a business acumen. Everybody is there to make revenue. But at the end of the day, you got to be honest sometimes and say, look, I cannot have this much loss. And this is, what it needs to be. And above this, I cannot make this. So certain honesty and providing them the why helps too. So it's just years of working with the companies and building networks, building your rapport, and just being honest and candid sometimes is helpful. I don't know if these are good, you know, skills or traits of a negotiator, but that's what has helped me.
I think these are the real skills and the needed skills, to be honest.
And it comes with time. It does
Yes,
not come
with time.
overnight. It just comes with time, with conscious practice.
Great. So,
I pick up the
yeah.
So should I take the final question?
Okay.
So ma'am, my next question is, what advice would you offer to aspiring women to develop leadership abilities, especially in Bharat's context?
Yeah, I'll go back to my favorite quote, right? Be comfortable being uncomfortable. Don't be afraid to take new challenges and responsibilities. You might think, oh my God, I have to start this again. I don't know anything about this job. But trust me, that's the job is going to get you most growth. If you're comfortable in your job and you can do it in your sleep, that means you're not growing. So think about the last time you were comfortable and what step you made to make yourself uncomfortable. And this is not just true for women, this is true across the board. Being true to yourself, knowing yourself, because you're the only you on the planet. So that authenticity is super important. One last thing I would like to say, and it's very important, especially younger women. I believe that they need to step up and really think about their life plan and how they can control their own destiny. I'm very fortunate to have a husband who was very supportive to me and encouraged me to take a less traditional path in my life. But whenever those decisions are being made, I think one of the most important decisions you can make in your lives are who do you spend your rest of your life with? And it's because that's where career people don't think about this way. The support that you want from your family comes from that, originates from that. And again, it's not only for women, it's for men too. Whoever that having that life plan is important. And I think often we tend to ignore that too. We're focused on, oh, let me go after this career, let me go after this career. But having that personal life plan and these career and life intersecting, that's is the most crucial piece, I will think.
So true. Actually, they say that opportunities does not come served in a plate. You have to create opportunities. So can you just give some example where you had created opportunities for yourself?
Yes, and it's not just it's even creating opportunities. It's like your first choice might not work out sometimes. It's your second choice, and guess what? The second path turned out better than the first path you would have taken, right? And I'll give you an example. When I was applying for a senior director role within Verizon, I was applying to go to California. I had family there, and I'm like, okay, this makes sense. I got to go to California. I did not get the California role. I got the Chicago role, but Chicago was launching world's first 5G millimeter wave network too. So the amount of learning that happened there, I got the Verizon's most accredited award, Verizon's Credo Award through that work. And that's when headquarters in New Jersey recognized me. So, it's not the opportunity that's in front of you and you can take advantage of it or not. That's one thing. But sometimes things don't work out the way you plan, and it's okay. It's okay. You go and open the other door, and that's what I mean by creating opportunity, right? You knock on the other door. Okay, this is what is available. Let me make the best out of it, and it will work out. But you got to give your best. You got to give your 100% to that. And life is a funny way of working out. It's just, and this has happened not just with me, but some of my close friends too. And you realize, you know what, this was not my first choice. You got your second choice. Let's see how you can make the best out of it. It's super important.
So whatever life gives us, how to take best out of that and make best out of it.
Exactly. I love it how Shweta summarizes my answers in one line.
Maybe that's the role of a teacher. So it's really, my team, any more questions are there?
Yeah, I think we're done. Yeah.
So as really, you had given so much elaborate answers and with lots of examples that they are more satisfied with this. But it's like some of the things are very important which you had quoted. Again, it's a part of summarization. You will say that the culture adjustment part. Everywhere one has to go through that thing, and that's the most important thing what we do. And the most important word which I will always remember and carry with me is being uncomfortable with being comfortable. Because this is our normal tendency that we get Just okay, like let's be comfortable. But when you are uncomfortable, then only we can create something for us. I
That's
think
when
that's
you
a
grow.
very important message which you had given to us. So thank you so much.
So that was Garima Garg, and a big thank you to her for her enriching session on tech powered leadership. The session was prepared exclusively for us, and the depth of her insights and clarity of the example just made it feel so engaging and relevant. Thank you, ma'am, for the valuable takeaways, and we truly appreciate the time and effort you have put in making this possible for us.
So with this, I begin with the formal vote of thanks with the valedictory session. So respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, dear faculty colleagues, industry experts, and enthusiastic participants, as we draw curtain on this enriching 6-day online ATAL faculty development program on next generation communication technologies and applications, it is my privilege and honor to deliver the valedictory session. Over the past few days, we have journeyed through a rapidly evolving landscape of communication technologies, exploring not just technical marvels, but also the human, ethical, and societal dimensions that shape our digital future. A journey of learning and inspiration which we have taken. So I just wanted to give you a brief feedback on that. Our session on day one began with the session by Mr. Yogesh Dubey. Sir has mentioned on smart cities, autonomous systems, and cloud-driven solutions, and also mentioned that how enterprises can leverage these technologies to transform business communication. And the session was truly enlightening. Next was the session by Mr. Ashit Jain, where we saw that AI is no longer limited to machine learning expert. Today, businesses, users, and educators can harness agentic AI to solve complex problems, personalize experience, and drive innovation across industries. We, reflect, we reflected on responsible AI addressing ethical concern, bias, transparency, and the need for human-in-loop systems. Discussion on AI's role in research, healthcare, behavioral science, and law highlighted its far-reaching impact. We were reminded that while AI can automate and accelerate processes, it is our responsibility to ensure that technology remains a tool for empowerment. On day two of session, the day two of session was focused on IoT and cloud computing. Mr. Dushyant Arora was the resource person who mentioned that how IoT is transforming businesses and societies from smart meters and precision agriculture to logistics, smart cities, and healthcare. Case studies emphasized both the promise and the pitfall, highlighting the need for robust cybersecurity, data privacy, and seamless integration across a complex ecosystem of devices, networks, and platforms. The next resource person, Mr. Sanjay Bhargava, highlighted on cloud computing, showcased its role as backbone of modern communication, enabling real-time collaboration, scalability, and global reach. Yet we also discussed the importance of data sovereignty, regulatory and compliances, and its environment impact on our digital infrastructure. On day three, we dwelt into communicating complex technologies effectively by Dr. Vibha Vyas. Tracing the evolution from 1G to 6G, we imagine a future where ultra low latency, immersive 3D experiences, and human centric design redefine how we learn, heal, and connect. The vision of Industry 5.0 and Society 5.0 inspire us to balance innovation with sustainability and inclusivity. The session on India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act by Mr. Abhijit Limaye reminded us that as we build smarter systems, we must also build trust, empowering users with control over their data and ensuring ethical stewardship by organizations. On reflections on day four, we confronted the critical importance of cybersecurity in next generation communication by Mr. Anirudh Pendse. He highlighted that every leap in connectivity from 5G to emerging 6G from IoT to satellite direct to device expand not just opportunities but also vulnerabilities. Key takeaways included 6G networks will integrate AI, connect smart cities, and handle biometric data, but it also will introduce new cyber threats from sophisticated attack to network slicing exploits. Satellite communications promise connectivity in remote areas, but challenges with signal spoofing, data interpretation, and securing space-based assets. Edge computing and Wi-Fi 7.8 brings data processing closer to the source, increasing potential attack points. The clear message was security cannot be afterthought. Innovation must be paired with robust standards and international collaboration, and a zero trust mindset one should always have a zero trust mindset. On day 5, Mr. Bhushan Deshmukh explored smart city communication infrastructure and global trends in shaping communication. Our experts shared insights on high fiber optics, 5G, IoT centers, and cloud computing enable real data collection, efficient public services, and improved quality of life. The importance of last mile connectivity, robust network topologies, and energy efficient solution was highlighted, particularly for urban management, sustainability, and citizen engagement. Discussions emphasized collaboration between public authorities and private innovators to overcome technological and administrative challenges. Then there was session by Mr. Sangram Kadam, who explored the quantum communication and future proofing networks, reminding us that the race is not just for speed, but trust, authenticity, and reliance and resilience. On day 6, Mr. Prashant Joshi started the session which suggested that as we embrace IoT in business and society, it's vital to recognize the ethical challenges it brings, especially around privacy, consent, and data protection. While IoT driven monitoring and tracking can boost efficiency and innovation, it also raises concern about surveillance, discrimination, and potential misuse of personal data. The case study highlights the need for responsible software design, transparency, information consent, and compliance with regulations like GDPR to ensure that IoT technologies are used ethically and one should respect the human rights. The next session by Mr. Alok Karnik suggests the critical importance of data privacy and ethical governance in smart city initiatives. He highlighted how everyday tools like Google Maps can predict user behavior, raising concern about the consent, data, data erasure, and misuse. He urged institutions and policymakers to prioritize privacy in smart city framework and called for inclusive development that benefits not just the urban centers but also rural communities. His message was clear. Smart cities must be built on smart ethics to truly pave the way for smart India. Next was session by Mr. Sanjay Khonde. Sir has mentioned the sir has mentioned that how 5G networks can support in socio-economic benefits. His insightful session his session also mentioned the highlights on 5G deployment strategies, and it explained how efficiently it can be implemented using existing 4G infrastructures through non-standalone and standalone architectures. The ideas were both practical as well as forward-looking. He highlighted how 5G enables seamless data transfer, intelligent transport system, and smart home integration, all while reducing deployment cost and accelerating rollouts. His clarity on technical components like anchor base station, edge computing, and policy frameworks helped us to understand how 5G will drive real socio-economic benefits and transform connectivity across sectors. Next was session by Ms. Garima Garg, who had a thought-provoking ideas on tech-enabled leadership. Tech-enabled leadership. Key takeaways from FDP. There were few important key takeaways. So technology should be viewed. So this is something which participants can take across. First, that technology should not be only viewed as enabler, should be viewed as enabler, not a replacement. Whether it is AI, IoT, or 6G, its true value lies in addressing real world challenges, enhancing human well being, and fostering creativity. Alongside technological advancement, ethics, and responsibility, it remains non-negotiable. Our work must have guided the principle of transparency, inclusivity, commitment to lifelong learning. Cybersecurity too is shared responsibility. From classroom to smart cities, vigilance and continuous learning are essential to safeguard our system. Collaborations serve as catalyst for progress, requiring close coordination between academia, industry, government to drive innovation and establish standards. Equally important is human-centric design, where empathy, ideation, and rigorous testing shape the solution that truly serve people. Finally, we must embrace a mindset of continuous learning. While the pace of technological challenges is relentless, so is our capacity to adapt, innovate, and inspire the next generation. Coming to the end of sessions, on behalf of all the uh, all the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers whose expertise and passion have illuminated our path. A special thanks to Dr. Shikha Jain, Director of IMDR, for her unwavering support, guidance, and encouragement, which has been instrumental in making this FDP a grand success. A special appreciation for our coordinator, Dr. Gopa Das, and the technical team, support staff, whose tireless efforts ensured seamless delivery of the program. To all the participants, faculty, researchers, industry professionals, and students, thank you all for your active engagement, insightful questions, and commitment to continuous growth. Your enthusiasm has been driving force behind the success of this program. As we return to our respective institutions and organizations, let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry, collaboration, and ethical leadership which has defined the program. So let us all be the ambassadors of next generation communication, empowering our students, colleagues, and communities to thrive in connected, compassionate, and sustainable world. Thank you once again to our experts, coordinators, and participants. I wish you all a continued success, fulfillment, and innovation in your professional journey.